Coverage of the Straight Talk Wireless 400 at the Homestead-Miami Speedway as we are about to get into our pre-race show as we are about a half hour, give or take, away from the drop of the green flag for today's race. Just 3 races left this season. 2 more, obviously, in the round of 8 before we know who are the 4 drivers that will be competing for the championship in a couple weeks' time at Phoenix. One of those drivers locked themselves in last week with a win at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, that being Joey Logano. Going from the 8 seed now to the number 1, and again, the only driver locked up into the next round, and that will base it off of now we have a huge gap between 4th and 5th in the point standings, but if in these next 2 races we get another driver below the cut line to win the race, then the points are extremely tight, 2nd through 4th as we have right now, and only 2 of those drivers would get in. One driver is guaranteed to make it on points no matter what, so that's why it's important for all these drivers to try to get as many stage points and as race finishing points as they possibly can by the end of these next 2 races. And then all the points are out the window from then on. Appreciate everybody tuning in, though, here this afternoon and throughout all of the live commentary coverage so far this weekend. We had a triple header on the channel yesterday with NASCAR Cup Series practice and qualifying taking place at 9 a.m. yesterday morning, local time for myself at least. And at noon Eastern time, we had the truck race followed by the Xfinity Series race later yesterday evening. So, with that triple header out of the way, it's time for the main event. And before we get into the race, we have a bunch of predictions to go through, and we will take a look at the point standings following the predictions, fantasy advice, and much more. Be sure to hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not done so yet, as we have live race commentary streams, as I mentioned already, for every NASCAR race weekend, Cup, Xfinity, Truck Series races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. So, into the prediction side of things, who I think is going to run well, not run well. You can use this for some fantasy advice, because if you aren't already in the NASCAR Fantasy League, be sure to join. So that way, when next season rolls around, you're already going to be in it. And you can play from week 1, and you have a shot to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win the regular season and or the playoff championship. Obviously, you can double down on your winnings there. Monster Jam X10, who is our regular season champion this year, is still trying to go for the playoff championship as well. Again, that is on the NASCAR mobile app or the NASCAR.com website. It is free to join. All you need is your email to sign up. And when you go to join a league, in that section of the Fantasy League, you'll want to join the KRC League. That would be KRC in all caps, then a space, capital L on league. And that is the league that is for, well, the grand prize and of this channel. I'll put the name of that in the chat real quick. I didn't have the chat up on my phone at the moment. There we go. League name is now in the chat. And I am on NASCAR.com currently. So if you roll to the top, scroll I should say, to the top of the screen or towards the top of the screen, there'll be a quick links section and a Fantasy Live tab a little bit further to the right on the NASCAR mobile app. If you're looking there, it'll be on the top left-hand corner. There will be 3 bars. You'll click on that, and then there will be a tab that'll pop up on the left side of the screen that'll say Fantasy Live as well. I've not set my lineup yet, so this lineup is from last week. You have 5 drivers to pick from every single week. Obviously, garage driver, you plug in for your starting 5 before the end of stage 2 in that race, and you can only use X amount of drivers 5 times in the playoffs, or through the regular season 10 times. Again, we have a regular season and a playoff champion. And then there's 4 head-to-head picks that are 10 points each for bonus picks every week, and that's a different slate of drivers all the time as well. So if we go to the playoffs section, Inside Uranus is currently our points leader, but only by 3 points over Frank T, 26, only 16 points over third place Hercules Harrigan. And then Troy the Great still up there in the top 5 as well, sitting in 4th, as he is 50 points back. I am now up to 5th with 1,276 points, a little less than 80 points back. So, actually 81. I did my math wrong. 81 points back of the race lead. But we still have 3 races to go, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. And those top 4 being extremely close. And this is a one-time only thing. Remember that I had mentioned that last year, the winner, in fact, Inside Uranus, who's leading the league right now, won the regular season and playoff championship he said that he was really only going to be able to get enough time off of work to go to one race. So he said he was going to leave it up to me to decide on how the other 2 tickets were going to go. So after further collaboration, with him just making sure he didn't, want the tickets, I figured that, well, somebody is still going to get that grand prize. So the top 2 for the playoffs this year get the grand prize. So again, the top 2 this year in the playoffs get it. So although Inside Uranus only has a 3-point lead, Frank T26 is in second and still has that grand prize spot as well. So first or second place, and you'll end up getting that. So yeah, it's gonna be tight. I mean, we got 4 going for 2 spots, and like I said, 3 races to go: Homestead, Martinsville, and Phoenix. So the fantasy picks for this weekend, as I have in my notes, we'll start off with the drivers who I don't think are going to run well in particular, so stay away from these 3 drivers. They're bigger names in the sense that they are either in the playoffs or were in the playoffs. They all have at least 1 win this season, and we'll start things off with Alex Bowman in the 48 car. Now, Bowman has had consistent finishes on intermediate tracks so far this season, but at the Homestead-Miami Speedway in particular, over his career, he has not had great finishes. His best finish is 9th place twice at Homestead in 6 starts with Hendrick Motorsports, so that's not great. He doesn't lead a lot of laps at this racetrack either, and his speed this weekend is a little to be desired. He was 24th overall in practice, and although he qualified better in the 11th place position, he's still starting a smidge outside the top 10. Last weekend, it wasn't a great start to the race, but then as the race went on, I should say he had a great start to the race because he qualified well, but then he kind of dropped back by the middle portion of the race, and then by the end he worked his way back forward. They might have fallen behind on the racetrack, and then they got ahead of it by the end of the race. So although last week was a good run for him, Homestead just for some reason doesn't click for Alex Bowman. Again, he has finished top 10 twice in those 6 races, but only 9th, so if he does get a top 10 finish today, it's going to be a borderline run like that, especially with qualifying 11th. The practice time was as slow as it was in the back half of the field. He's probably going to be running about where he qualified for most of the day, I'd imagine. You'll probably see him in the top 10 at times, so maybe he gets a couple stage points in both stages, but not many. Ultimately, I think it's a safe pick not to have him in your lineup. And maybe look at the other Hendrick Chevys, especially Byron and Larson, to potentially be in there instead. So stay away from Bowman. My pick is for him not to get a top 10 finish today. The stats are just a little too wishy-washy for me. Joey Logano also not great at Homestead recently. Only 1 top 10 finish in his last 4 races here. Obviously, with him locking the championship 4 spot up last weekend with a win at Las Vegas, he's probably got the full focus set for Phoenix, all the sim time and everything else leading into the week that they get a lot of time for, that NASCAR allows the teams to be able to have in the requirements in the shop. They're all putting that towards Phoenix every single week. They really don't care where they run at Homestead. Yeah, there's still something on the line with, financials of finishing as high as you can, but by the points side of things, it really doesn't matter. He's going for the championship already in Phoenix, so all the time, effort, and energy in the shop this week for the 22 team is going to their Phoenix car. It's not going to the car they're racing this weekend. It's not going to the car they're racing next weekend. And honestly, with him not running as well at Homestead the last several years anyway, I would say that that's not likely that he's going to get a top 10 finish here today. He will be starting at the back of the pack as well. Had to make unapproved modifications to the race car following qualifying. They were having a steering issue. He mentioned that the power steering was a bit sticky. So I think they changed the steering rack, if I'm not mistaken, after qualifying yesterday. So no long run pace for him in practice. Granted, some of that could have been the steering rack issues. He qualified 26 overall. Again, could be the issues with that. So I don't want to say for that reason to stay away from him. But again, the reasons I say you'd stay away from him is, like I mentioned already, he's locked into Phoenix. I really don't think he's going to have a great run here. I look back, I think it was 2018 when he won his first championship, and he won that first race of the round at Martinsville. And the next 2 races, he just laid an egg the next 2 weeks, and only for when they went to Homestead, he won the championship there. And I know that was 2018 and he won this race, but that was a long time ago. It was a different car. His runs on the next gen haven't been as great here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. And on top of that, he hasn't been great on the intermediate tracks this season. Last week was a fluke, I think, in the sense that Joey Logano has not ran well on intermediate tracks all season. He's got 2 wins on him technically with Nashville, but Nashville he was running 15th the whole race, and because of 5 overtimes and guys running out of fuel, he was able to manage his fuel and win the race. Last weekend, he was running back half of the top 10 through most of the race, kind of 7th, 8th, 9th through 12th. The entire race he was running there. I think at the start of the final stage, he was in 9th place. And at the start of that last restart, when he pitted, he was in 9th place. Top 8, stayed out. They didn't think they were going to make it on fuel to the end. Well, Joey Logano did, and he won the race. So unless we get a fuel mileage situation today, I don't think he's going to have a good run. He hasn't had many finishes inside the top 10. Hasn't scored a lot of stage points at all either. And obviously starting at the back, his likelihood of even getting stage points at stage 1 are pretty slim to none. So stay away from Joey Logano this weekend. The last driver I want you to stay away from on your fantasy lineups, Chris Buescher. 0 top 10 finishes in his 4 starts at RFK Racing here at this racetrack. Obviously only 3 of those races have been with the newly rebranded RFK. But even still, 0 for 4. No top 10 finishes in his JTG Doherty racing years either at this racetrack, or Front Row Motorsports as well. So 0 top 10 finishes. His best finish is 13th, in fact, and he has done that twice with RFK or Roush. No stage points in both of the next-gen races at Homestead as well for Buescher. So no stage points in Stage 1 or Stage 2 in last year's race and the year before that. Again, the only 2 races with this current car. Qualified in the 21st place position, so he's starting in the back half of the field. 18th in practice. That tells me he was pretty much getting about as much as his car would allow him to in his qualifying lap, considering the practice speed was down quite a bit as well. Long run speed, for some reason, looked a little bit better for Fords, but more in particular, it was Ryan Blaney who was setting the speed charts, and even Brad Keselowski, the other RFK Ford, that looked a little bit better in the long runs than they did on the shorter runs in practice. So I would stay here today. 3 sleeper picks that I have for today's race. Outside shot that they could get a top 10 finish and maybe under the right circumstances compete for the win. I've got Bubba Wallace on this list this weekend. The Toyotas just look pretty dang fast. They have dominated by the lap sled category when it comes to these intermediate tracks this season. It's Toyota and Hendrick Motorsports, and pretty much nobody else on these intermediate tracks. Again, outside of Logano winning 2 fuel mileage races, when it comes to raw speed on these 1.5-mile tracks, it is definitely the Toyotas and the Hendrick Chevys. And that proved in qualifying yesterday, where you had 5 Toyotas starting up in the top 10 positions. And in the first round of qualifying, 1 through 4 in Group A was all Toyotas, and then the top Toyota was Bell first in Group B. Tyler Reddick obviously starting on the pole. Teammate of Bubba Wallace was fastest in practice. Bubba was actually 3rd in practice overall, and he was only 8/1000ths of a second off of Reddick's fast time there, which would be technically more in the race trim side of things, but he still qualified well. He qualified in the 6th place position, and he has had good runs as of late as well. 4 top 12 finishes for Bubba Wallace in the last 5 races. That includes 2 nights and a 3rd. And those last 5 races are this season, not at Homestead in particular. So he is getting hot. Not as hot as he was maybe in the middle portion of the year, like the middle of the summer when he clicked away like 3 top 5s in a row at one point. But he is good. He's just been good in recent stretches. And having the speed he has this weekend, I think he's going to have a top 10 run at the very least. So I think he could be a good sleeper pick, not somebody you would use every week in your fantasy league, and take some usages off some of the big guys. As far as the other sleeper picks, I've got Chase Briscoe today. He impressed me in qualifying. He was running a unique line where he would kind of enter a little lower, like that middle upper groove, and then by the middle of the corner, let it rise out to the wall. And that allowed for him to have really, really good long run pace in practice. He was top 10 in the speed categories of the 20 lap averages and beyond. So look for Chase Briscoe on the longer runs. He qualified 13th. He picked up quite a bit in qualifying, so he's got a decent starting spot. I think he gets a top 10 finish today. Remember, on these low grip, skill-based racetracks like Homestead, we've had 2 races at Darlington. He won one. He finished 5th in the other. And I honestly think that racetrack probably correlates more to Homestead than any other track on the circuit. You can maybe say Kansas because you ride the wall at Kansas quite a bit too. But because of how low grip Homestead is, comparison to Kansas Speedway, more tire wear, it's more like a Darlington than what it is Kansas in my personal opinion. It's going to be tough to pass, I think, on the longer run. because everybody's going to be running the top for the most part. We saw a couple guys work the bottom really well in the Xfinity race yesterday, including Austin Hill, which won the race. So that could be a caveat to this if we see that in the Cup race today. But I don't expect it much. And during the broadcast of the Xfinity race, as well as Steve Letarte, Jeff Burton, who were watching Cup practice earlier in the morning as much as I was as well, also had the same opinion. So if I think one way, and then you got NASCAR like higher ups that also think one way, I would like to think that it's probably going to end up going in that direction. AJ Allmendinger is another good sleeper pick. Now he does start deep in the field, which is a bit concerning, but on the bright side, he has had 0 stage points in his last 2 races in stage 2, which means he's restarted the final stage outside the top 10, yet he still scored a top 5 in both of those races. Those are the only 2 next-gen races at Homestead, a 5th-place finish in 2023 last year, and then a 3rd-place finish in 2022. So I think AJ's got a good run in him here today. His teammate, Daniel Hemrick, did qualify in the top 10, so maybe obviously sharing some setup, and equipment setups and stuff, racing stuff. I'm sure they're sharing information with each other, and that was what I can't talk, man. That is what led Daniel Hemrick to probably qualifying in the top 10, because we haven't seen that out of him on intermediate tracks all season. I think he did qualify in the top 10 on a super speedway earlier this year, but to see him in the top 10 at Homestead was surprising. I would likely think that was the case. He ran decent in the Xfinity race yesterday, but it was a little different circumstance in the Xfinity race than what I would expect in the Cup race out of him in colleague racing, and that's because he already locked himself into the Championship 4. He even mentioned it in his post-race interview following the race yesterday afternoon, was that he was setting up for Phoenix. All the sim and everything else was going towards Phoenix. Same thing with what Logano is going to be dealing with for this weekend and next weekend as well. So, but not in the Cup Series, though, so I think AJ should have at least a decent run. Again, outside shot, I think he gets a top 10. So sleeper picks, I've got AJ Allmendinger, Bubba Wallace, Chase Briscoe, and the don't haves Joey Logano, Alex Bowman, Chris Buescher. My 3 favorites for the win in today's race. No particular order between 2 and 3. I'd probably say Kyle Larson's number 2 and Denny Hamlin's my number 3. So we'll start off with Hamlin. Hamlin's had good speed so far this weekend. He was top 5 in 15, 20, 25, and 30 lap averages in practice. So the short run, he was outside the top 5 on the 5 and 10 lap averages. But the 15 lap averages and on, he was top 5 speed. And he was in the top 3 in the 25 and 30 lap categories. He's got 3 career wins at Homestead, 8 top 10s in his last 11 races here. 2 wins in those 11 races as well at this racetrack. Note that he has those 8 top 10 finishes, but his only top 5s in that 11 race stretch were his 2 wins. So I don't think he's going to go out here and compete for the win necessarily today, even though he's technically my 3rd favorite. He's my 3rd favorite because he's got a fast car this weekend. And I think he'll run consistently in the top 10 the whole race. And as a result of that, he's a good pick for your fantasy team. But I don't have him winning necessarily. Qualified 4th, 8th overall in practice as well. So again, the speed's there. Just got to execute. That team has fumbled the bag on pit road in recent weeks. Kind of, similar to other playoff runs out of Denny Hamlin. If they don't make any mistakes on pit road, I don't see Hamlin making a mistake on the track at least. Because he usually doesn't in these kinds of situations. Yeah, don't speed on pit road, Denny. That's about the only way he can mess it up, I think, himself, which could happen. But I'm going to hope and lean towards the side of things that it's not. Kyle Larson, who I said was my number 2 to win the race today. I don't have him as my number 1 because it looked like the Toyotas were easily the dominant manufacturer through practice and qualifying yesterday. Christopher Bell led a bunch of laps last week on a 1.5-mile track at Vegas as well. Larson, although he was up, in the top 5 early in the race, never really get an idea of where he could have finished. I think maybe he could have had a top 5, but he still wasn't in that top 3 discussion of having a race winning car, even though he had a good car. Homestead-Miami Speedway obviously has been great to him over the years. He only has 1 win here. But he has led 96 and 199 laps in each of the only 2 next-gen races. So he's probably going to lead some laps today. I think he is, again, the 2nd favorite in my personal opinion to go for the win. Coming into the weekend, I probably could have pegged him as the number 1 favorite, but based off of yesterday in practice, there was one car in particular that looked just way faster than everybody else. And that driver is Tyler Reddick. I think Tyler Reddick's going to go for the win from the pole here today. He was quick last weekend at Vegas, won the first stage, and then stage 2 on a restart, he ended up flipping and he was out for the rest of the day. But the car had speed. Obviously not going to be using the same car this weekend, but his car this weekend has speed too. He qualified on the pole and was fastest in practice. He was third, second, and fourth in 3 of his 4 races at Homestead prior to today. So only 4 career starts. He's finished 4th or better in 3 of them. And his lap averages in practice yesterday were really good all the way across the board, short run and long run, which is huge. Obviously, it's one thing to be good on the short run and not good on the long run or vice versa, but he was good in both. He was top 4 in the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30 lap averages, which it doesn't go beyond 30 lap averages in practice. So every one of those practice lap average categories, he was top 4 in. So knowing that he has a fast car like that and he's going to be running top 5 the whole day, I'm going to say it's going to be Tyler Reddick. So taking Reddick for the win here this afternoon. Sometimes you just got to take the fastest car. And yesterday he had the fastest car. We just got to see if he's got the fastest car again here today. It's the same car, so I would imagine he probably would. Regine Huddleston, Robert Goodrich, JoJo, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Dale Opplinger, Billy Kramer. Appreciate everybody tuning into the stream. Just looking at the chat here, see what you think. Quick rundown again, my must-have picks for your fantasy lineups today. Hamlin, Reddick, Larson. Then Allmendinger, Wallace, Briscoe are my sleepers. Logano, Bowman, Busher are the don't-have picks. I don't know if the fantasy lineups have locked yet. Yeah, they have. Well, I've got the same team as last week. It's not a bad team, though. The only guy who I would have probably taken out of my team from last week would probably be Ross Chastain. Maybe Byron. I probably would have taken Byron out, too. Maybe plugged in a Truex or a... Maybe a shot in the dark with Briscoe as a garage pick. Yeah, that's my bad for not setting the lineup. I have faith that 5 of those guys will have a good day, though. Maybe not all 6, but I only need 5. William Wiley, thanks for tuning in as well. Larson is a YouTube camera today. Well, he's going to be up towards the front most of the day as long as he stays out of trouble. I mean, you could say that any given weekend, but this is one of his better racetracks, both for racing style and the sake that it's a 1.5 mile racetrack. He's great at Darlington. I mentioned that with Chase Briscoe, too. And I think this is probably the closest track to Darlington on the schedule, just with the longer runs in particular when everybody's running the outside because there's just more grip up there than what there is down on the bottom. Rolling off of pit road, yep. They did give the command a little bit ago. Corbin Butler, thanks for tuning in as well. He's pulling for Joey. Got Byron picked there from Billy Kramer. Surprised with who I'm picking to win today. Win it. I wasn't even thinking about that when I was going into my pick. I was solely thinking of just the race itself. I usually try to pick the guy who looks like he's got the fastest car Saturday, and I feel like that's why I pick as many winners correctly as I do. Although the Cup Series numbers are a little low for me this year, but Truck, I think I have 8 winners or 7 winners, and then Xfinity, I have 8 or 9. I'll have to look back on my phone a little later. Troy the Great, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, only 5 Cup win picks this year, but I had 5 in the first 15 races, and I haven't predicted a winner since. We're on a dry spell here. I picked Bell last weekend and he finished second. Like, I mean, these guys are finishing up front. They're just not winning the race. Get the starting lineup up on screen now. We'll go through that before this race begins. I think the raw feed might be down again. Log out of NASCAR.com and log back in. If we don't get to the point standings discussion before the start of the race today, that is scrolling at the bottom of the screen, along with other season statistics for some of the top categories and the top drivers in those said categories. I didn't mean to go to YouTube. That's a force of habit. Let's see here. I think the raw feed is down. He's usually just pops up. Well, the starting lineup part of it is up, but I don't know if it's going to work or not. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it works and we don't have to mess with it at all. All right, so your starting lineup for today's straight walk. Jeez, I almost said walk tireless. Straight Talk Wireless 400 here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Tyler Reddick again on the pole. My pick to win. He had the fastest car yesterday. Practice first. Qualified first. Can he finish first here today and get the clean sweep this weekend? And Kyle Larson, former Homestead winner, will be starting in the second spot. Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, and a couple of Joe Gibbs Toyotas in row number 3. Bell above the cut line, Hamlin below. And row 2, excuse me. Row 3 will be Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Martin Truex Jr. Chase Elliott, Bubba Wallace make up row 4. Daniel Hemrick, Justin Haley in row 5. Alex Bowman, Josh Berry in row 6. Row 7, Chase Briscoe and Ty Gibbs. Carson Hocevar, Noah Gragson make up row 8. Behind them in row 9, Kyle Busch and Brad Keselowski, couple former champions. Zane Smith, Ryan Blaney, starting mid-pack in row 10. Row 11, Chris Buescher, Ross Chastain. As I mentioned in the pre-race, Buescher looking for his first career top 10 at Homestead. Daniel Suarez and Michael McDowell in row number 12. Row 13 for a couple playoff drivers, William Byron, Joey Logano. Logano last week's winner at Vegas. He is locked into the championship 4. Byron is not. He is the last driver above the cut line as we start this race today. Kaz Grala and Eric Jones are in row 14. Row 15, John Hunter Nemechek and Austin Dillon. Row 16 for Todd Gilliland, AJ Allmendinger. AJ trying to go for a top 5 3 straight Homestead Cup races. Corey LaJoie and Harrison Burton in row number 17. Row 18 for Ryan Preece and Austin Cindric. And rounding out the field in row 19, J.J. Yaley, Chad Fincham. The only 2 open entry cars this weekend. 66 of Fincham, MBM. New York Racing's number 44, J.J. Yaley. So again, that is the starting lineup for today's race. Turn the broadcast on until we get to the drop of the green flag for this one. If you're wondering where you can watch the race visually, it is on your local NBC affiliate. Get big NBC for today's race.
But in his words, quote, the wheels came off, and he finds himself 27 points below the cut line. His crew chief, Chris Gabart, told me yesterday, practice and qualifying went very well. There's Denny's car starting in 4th, and he said, we made it even better. They are hopeful, Kim.
Well, playoff driver William Byron is on a hot streak of 4 straight top 4 finishes. So I asked crew chief Rudy Fugle what that says about the team. And he said, well, there are 4 spots for drivers in the championship race. So it shows we are a championship caliber team. They're going to have a little bit of an uphill battle, though, to start the race because William was too tight in qualifying, starts 25th. But the team was very happy with the car in practice and thinks they will be competing for the win later. But to do that, everybody's got to get through the pole sitter, Marty. That's Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, let's chat with his crew chief, Billy Scott. And when you and I talked yesterday, Billy, you told me, hey, we know what we have to do. We have to win one of these 2 races to have a shot at the title. So what's the confidence level that you can pull it off? And do you feel like it has to happen today here in Miami?
Well, we'll focus on today first because we're here, and yesterday couldn't have gone any better. So getting a start up front, having number 1 pit stall, and having the speed we had yesterday, it's our best chance to do it. So that's what we're focused on.
So let me ask you about that number 1 pit stall. How advantageous is this number 1 stall, and where will that help you during the race?
Yeah, especially under yellow. So just help us maintain control of it. And we know how tough it is here to pass, and we know everybody we're racing is going to be up there all day battling with us. So take any advantage you can get.
Lee, you might notice there's an empty seat right behind Billy Scott. That's because that seat belongs to co-owner Michael Jordan, who's on the wall for the start of this race. He loves to sit and watch things happen as the field goes into turn one after the green flag.
Michael's passion and enthusiasm and support for his team and his drivers has been phenomenal of late. And look at him, fully engaged, fully pumped, ready to go to see if his man can race his way to victory lane and into the championship 4. Now, something a little special earlier today, Verizon Frontline is the advanced network and technology for first responders. That's why Verizon is recognizing the service and bravery of local first responders with an honorary lap, as I said earlier today. Taking the track are members of the Homestead Air Force Base, Baptist Health, Miami-Dade, PAL, Florida Power and Light, Homestead Police, Fire and EMT, Miami-Dade Police, Fire and EMT, American Medical Response, that's AMR. You always hear us talk about the AMR safety team, and the Florida Highway Patrol, and many more. That's a really special moment of significance. Working our way quietly towards the green flag, ready to go in this second round of the round of 8. Let's check in one more time with Marty.
Lee, when you mention this track at Homestead-Miami Speedway, people automatically think Kyle Larson is one of the favorites, and he is very aggressive and willing to push the envelope in that risk-reward category that we talked about by running right against the wall. In fact, earlier this weekend in the media center, Larson said, "The best part about my style is I'm aggressive. The worst part about my driving style is that I'm aggressive." Can Larson keep it clean and have a nice race here at Miami and get another win and advance to the championship 4?
Marty, another reminder of the value of winning last week at Las Vegas. His team now has 3 weeks to prepare for the championship race in Phoenix, which he's now qualified for. And that came to a head yesterday when he had power steering issues in practice. They had to change that up. It forced him to start in the rear, but it's a no-problem situation for them. They are playing with house money, if you want to use a cliche. They love racing here today, and Joey said, "It's all in front of me now." Kim?
Well, Dave, minus 53 points. That's where Chase Elliott and his number 9 Hendrick team enter today's race. But the team is in no way discouraged. If anything, their points position is motivating and puts them in a great spot to take risks that other playoff teams cannot. Crew Chief Alan Gustafson told me they consider themselves to be in a must-win situation, and he said because they aren't necessarily chasing points, it keeps them from overthinking certain situations. They've got one goal today. It's find victory lane.
You may remember last week in Las Vegas, Ryan Blaney, the reigning Series Cup champion, followed his teammate Joey Logano home. He kind of shadowed him, protected him to the checkered flag. Well, today it's all about Blaney trying to race his way back through this field and into the championship 4. Can it be done? Let's listen to the pre-race pep talk.
Everybody have a good day.
Yeah, I love that. What he said, I'm going to try to keep the right side clean enough. He's going to be against the wall at some point because that's where the speed can be found. You just don't want to hit it hard. Steve, these restarts are a great opportunity to get spots, but if you're not careful, you can pull some speed out of the car by going too hard too soon. You can burn those tires up, and I keep hearing risk versus reward. I look at it totally different. We're at the point in the playoffs where it's time to earn a spot. Don't hope for one of your competitors to have an issue. Don't hope for things to come. This isn't a day for hope. This is a day for performance. You have to step up, be an all-star. Make it happen. Chase Carr is off the track.
All right, here we go. About to set sights for another Sunday race day for the NASCAR Cup Series. 267 laps, 400 miles. Green flag in the air as Tyler Reddick will lead the field down towards turn 1. Kyle Larson did not get a great jump in the restart zone. Reddick well clear into the first turn by a few car lengths. Larson's car bottoming out on the racetrack as they enter turns 1 and 2 as well. Christopher Bell underneath them and clear high off the exit of turn 2 for second. 3 wide in the back half of the top 10. Chase Elliott holds Daniel Hemrick's car in the middle. Trouble. Turn 3. 1 car around. It's the 7 of Justin Haley. He spins. Cars miss him. Inside and out. And the caution is out for the first time already today. Turn 3, lap 1. Somehow everybody missed him, and he did a great job keeping that car towards the bottom of the track. Because I thought initially when he spun that he was going to be going straight up the banking into traffic. We'll see how that took place.
7 on the outside. Goes to the bottom. Contact with the 47.
Great job, everybody else.
Great job. Watch this. He just turns down on Stenhouse. There was not an opening there. Just pushing the issue too hard, trying to get the bottom of the racetrack.
That's how I look at it. I don't know if the 7 thought his momentum was going to carry him past the 47, but the 47 had every right to stay in the gas in that lower lane. The 7 just really had to commit. But this is what happens at a racetrack where the grooves are very non-defined. You can enter low, exit high, enter high, exit low. And a miscommunication between two drivers set the 7 spinning.
Now, the 7 car quite simply could have thought that Ricky Stenhouse in that 47 was going to turn left and go to the bottom of the racetrack, and he wasn't down there, or he just thought he was clear. Remember, this is only, he just started driving this car, his 4th race in this car. It could be a little bit different left side mirror situation. The camera, rear view camera could work separately or differently rather, and a new spotter combination. So, but that right there to me is mostly on Haley driving 7.
The view from Chase Elliott. Look up ahead to the right. This was extraordinary that everybody missed Haley, Steve.
Unbelievable. I can only imagine what Chase Elliott was thinking as that car turned sideways after the wreck a week ago, kind of stacked up off turn 4 with Truex and Reddick. Here he is, lap 1, turn 3, and the 7 is broadside in front of the 9. Nice job on the 48 as well, not running into his teammate. Right there. You know, it's easy to not get slowed down as much.
Good job, Chase Briscoe and Brad Keselowski.
And no obvious damage to the field. It'll be interesting to see if anybody has any contact, nose to tail, where they feel like they've done any damage to their race cars. Nothing jumps off the screen.
Let's have a listen to some radio from inside Justin Haley's Chili's Chevrolet. Here it is.
You need a judgment. I got to put it on like that was gonna be clear quick, and then he like started the injury, but he was still there a little bit. I'll get man.
I like that. Crew Chief Ryan Sparks, I hear you. I don't stir the pot to say, yeah, he just wrecked you, because that's not how he saw it. I thought that was a very accurate description. You know, a little shaded towards your own driver. You don't want to take his, confidence away, but nice job. But hey, that's behind us. Let's move forward.
Nice job is apt for what everybody else did, avoiding the spinning Justin Haley on the opening lap here in Miami.
Caution out, lap 1, turn 3. Tyler Reddick ends up leading these first few laps of the race under yellow. Again, Christopher Bell was able to get to 2nd on this initial start. Larson 3rd, Hamlin 4th. So that is the top front couple rows as we head into the first restart of the day following this caution flag. Our stage splits for the race today are 80, 85, and 102 laps for the scheduled distance of, again, 267 laps total, 400 miles, our same distance that we had a week ago on a 1.5-mile track at Las Vegas. Justin Haley spinning off the front bumper of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Went to pull to the inside entering turn 3. Stenhouse already there, was there the whole back straightaway, and mistimed move by Haley causes the incident. Luckily, nobody else was involved, and there's no major damage on the 7 of Haley either. He will continue on, but unfortunately, losing all that track position that he worked so hard for in qualifying yesterday, where he started up inside the top 10. They were actually battling for about 6th place on the track when that happened. So the raw feed leaderboard is, frozen on the qualifying order, which I kind of expected it was going to be just by the way the outlook was on NASCAR.com. We had this issue again last week, and we've had it a couple times throughout the course of the season as well for these Cup Series races in particular. I'll just go to foxsports.com so we have a live leaderboard during the caution periods, during the commercial break periods, and then we'll get all the rest of the statistical analysis off of NASCAR.com when their raw feed becomes available. As of right now, it is not. But it will be up at some point in the middle of this race. I think it was early stage 2 last week. Right at the start of stage 2, if I remember correctly, it was up and running. So it will be down for the start. Austin Sullivan, thanks for tuning in. FAHQ2, thanks for tuning in. Mentioning about the feed cutting out. I'm not sure exactly what that's I don't think we're experiencing any lagging on the stream. I did check as soon as I saw that comment in the chat right before the race started and went back to OBS. I still have full connection there. So, yeah, not sure exactly on that side of things. If it's the audio, I might have to resync the mic up. So just let me know if my audio is good or bad in the chat right now.
Justin Haley spun around into turn 3, but look further back in the field. Look at this area right here. You're going to see an accident. The 42 gets damaged. We spin it forward a little bit more right here. The 21 of Harrison Burton also damaged. We'll have to see how those cars run for the rest of the race. Long racing left to...
Lap 6 restart, quick caution. Christopher Bell on the outside of row 1 this time. Tyler Reddick, of course, taking the inside of row 1 for the next restart. Great job by Christopher Bell launching in the restart zone. He had a big push from behind by Larson. Reddick launched so well that the car behind him did not take off. That was Denny Hamlin. Hamlin falls well behind this time around. And Bell may take the lead off of turn 4, having that advantage in the upper groove. Reddick still riding the bottom, slides up off the exit of the corner, and still side by side for the race lead. 3 and 4 wide in the center of 3 and 4. Now down the back front straightaway, Dive bomb by Kyle Larson. Up at the front of the field, I was looking at the back and they were 4 wide, and then I see Larson nearly on the apron entering turn 1 as he tried to cut down to the inside of the Toyotas ahead of him. Reddick was not only able to make the successful block to the inside, but he also still cleared Bell on the corner exit from turn 2. So Reddick does fight his way from the bottom lane of the racetrack back to the lead, and as soon as he pulled clear, he's able to get into that higher lane, the advantage lane for Reddick. And probably his sweet spot, honestly. Hamlin, Stenhouse side by side for 6th. All the way down the front straightaway and through turns 1 and 2. Top 5 cars single file at the front of the field. Bubba Wallace makes a pass for 4th on Martin Truex Jr. as well. Only non-Toyota in the top 5 now is Kyle Larson in 3rd. Highest running Ford in the leaderboard is still outside the top 10. Oh, sorry, I forgot to change the leaderboard. There we go. Highest running Ford in the running order, not in the top 10 right now. That would be 11th place Josh Berry. And then Briscoe right behind him. Blaney Keselowski, a couple Fords hanging out just outside the top 10. Larson building up some momentum. Back straightaway looking to turn low and make the pass on Christopher Bell for the lead. As he is underneath Bell, side by side for 2nd for now. Bubba Wallace is really closing that gap behind both cars. Looked like Wallace actually got tight up off the exit of turn 4. He was running in the middle groove, and this car just kind of went wide there in the center of the corner, and he didn't really pick up much momentum despite the 2 cars running door to door with each other. Larson back to the bottom of the track again through 1 and 2, only for Bell to clear off the higher lane. Larson again with the dive bomb to the inside as he continues to try to run the inside of the racetrack to make the pass for 2nd. He's got to be careful down there, though, because if he doesn't get a great run up off the exit of the corner, Bubba Wallace will easily be able to make that pass for position. And now side by side between Larson and Bell again. Larson was able to stay underneath Bell off the exit of turn 4, gives him a better chance to make the pass now in 1 and 2, and he is clear. And Bell not going to be able to get a run on him this time for the crossover, so Kyle Larson's up to 2nd. He goes right back down to the inside of the racetrack, getting the clean air. And we'll see if he can somehow reel in Tyler Reddick in front of him despite running the bottom of the track. Austin Hill did that beautifully throughout the entirety of that NASCAR Xfinity Series race yesterday. Won both stages and ended up winning the race. Running the inside line, which again is not usually the preferred line at Homestead, but his car was suited for that lane of the racetrack. And we didn't really see any other car be able to use it as successfully as he was able to use it through the entirety of that race. Now Larson's ripping the boards through 3 and 4 this time as he falls about 9/10 of a second off the race lead from Reddick. Josh Berry's now cracked the top 10. He's up to 9th. Stenhouse has fallen back from the 5th place starting position back to 10th from qualifying. And in that same order, Chase Elliott also makes a pass for 5th place on Denny Hamlin over the last couple laps. Hamlin is now back to 6th. Truex, who was in the top 5 earlier, now back to 7th. And Chase Briscoe enters the top 10 as he makes a pass for 10th place on that of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Larson seemed to be a little bit quicker that last lap than Reddick. Gap down to about 0.8 of a second through the center of 1 and 2. Lap 14 right now out of 80 in stage 1. Kathy Smith, Seth Thomas, thanks for tuning in. Sounds like everything's good in the chat with the audio. Appreciate the feedback. Larson's making a real run after Bell and Wallace in front of him. I think Bell's getting, or is holding up, the 2 cars behind him. Wallace is having a tough time trying to get by the 20. Larson passed Bell. Bell not able to keep up with the 2 cars ahead of him. Reddick, Larson kind of trading lap times back and forth. Now Reddick has been a little quicker the last 2 laps than the 5. Really, once the 5 got up into the outside. Might be burning his tires off a little too much by running the bottom of the racetrack as well. Bubba looked to the inside through 3 and 4, but couldn't stay underneath Bell. You're not really going to be able to make the pass the first time you try to make a run to the inside of somebody, but the hope is to stay side by side on corner exit, side draft him down that next straightaway, and make that pull back down to the bottom of the track again the next corner is going to be your most likely attempt to make that pass. Elliott is going to dive bomb on Bubba Wallace for 4th after Bubba was sitting behind Bell for quite some time. And because the 20 is still right in front of the 23 in that upper lane, there was nowhere for Wallace to go. Elliott does clear the 23, and he does stay side by side with Bell here down the front straightaway, so he's going to have a great chance to pass him in turns 1 and 2. Sails it back into the bottom of the track yet again. And he's easily clear off turn 2. Wallace to the inside of Bell, and he'll have the opportunity now to pass him in 3 and 4 if he could stay side by side with him down the back straightaway. Which he does. Now sails it off to the bottom of the track. Rotates through the center, and clear high on Bell on corner exit. And Denny Hamlin was ripping the boards behind them, so now he's got to run, closing in on the back of the 20 car, who was more in the middle groove of the racetrack that last time. With the car in front of him above Chase Elliott, taking the outside lane away from Bell. And Hamlin did make the pass through 1 and 2. So Bell, after starting in 3rd, now back to 6th. And definitely seems to be the slowest car up in those, well, it was in the top 5, but now really in the top 10 as he's starting to free fall. So not getting that win last weekend for himself at Las Vegas is huge in a bad way. Good news is that William Byron not off to a good start in this race in the sense that he qualified 25th. Oh boy, big moment. Turns 1 and 2 for Bubba Wallace. Got very, very loose. Was able to catch the race car. Hamlin had to check up to keep it from running into the back of Wallace there in the center of the corner. Both cars now over 3.5 seconds off the lead, and this could create an opportunity for Bell to make the pass on Hamlin. He attempts to in 3 and 4, but it doesn't look like he's able to stay side by side. That was evil, by the way, on the 23. I mean, he was sideways. And usually with this next-gen car, you don't see many saves like that. A car goes that sideways, it either continues to go around or it's very, very easy to overcorrect it. With this steering box, it's just so hard to not overcorrect it. It's very twitchy. He's got to be careful, though, too. He does that too many times. He's going to burn the rear tires off the car early in the run, and he's going to suffer later in the run. I'd imagine most of the field will split this first stage in half if we do stay green long enough. We're a quarter of the way through stage 1 right now, so we got about another 20 laps to get halfway. 2.5 lead for Reddick over Larson as he continues to expand it. 3.1 seconds back is Chase Elliott in 3rd. Bubba Wallace at 4th, 4.2 seconds back, and Denny Hamlin 4.4 seconds back at 5th. So 3 of the drivers that are below the cutoff line coming into the race today running in the top 5. Reddick 1st, Elliott 3rd, Hamlin in 5th. Then the drivers above the cutoff line, you got Kyle Larson up there in 2nd. You have Christopher Bell in 7th. And then the others on the leaderboard, Ryan Blaney in 11th, came in below the cut line. He's moving forward after qualifying poorly. Byron's up to 13th already after starting 25th, so he's up 12 positions. And Joey Logano's still back in 27th after starting at the tail end of the field. Unapproved changes to the race car post-qualifying yesterday morning. Full screen commercial break as of right now. Lap 23 of 267 at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. We'll go through the full field running order now. As we're under this commercial break, Tyler Reddick again, your race leader. Kyle Larson is in second. Chase Elliott third. Bubba Wallace fourth. Denny Hamlin in fifth. Martin Truex Jr. sixth. Christopher Bell seventh. Josh Berry eighth. Alex Bowman in ninth. And 10th is Ryan Blaney. Chase Briscoe 11th. Brad Keselowski 12th. William Byron 13th. Daniel Suarez 14th. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 15th. 16th, Austin Dillon. Kyle Busch 17th. AJ Allmendinger 18th already. He's up 14 spots. Carson Hocevar 19th and Noah Gragson in 20th. Todd Gillen 21st. Daniel Hemrick 22nd. Michael McDowell 23rd. Ryan Preece 24th. Zane Smith 25th. Ross Chastain 26th. Joey Logano 27th. Ty Gibbs back to 28th. John Hunter Nemechek 29th. And Chris Buescher at 30th. Austin Cindric 31st. Harrison Burton 32nd. Justin Haley 33rd after his early spin on lap 1. 34th is Corey LaJoie, Eric Jones 35th, Kaz Grella 36th, J.J. Haley 37th, and Chad Fincham in 38th. That rounds out our 38-car field here in the opening laps at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Again, we had that lap 1 caution. Tyler Reddick, though, has led all 25 from the pole. You're listening live on KRC to the Straight Talk Wireless 400 at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. The raw feed is down at the moment on NASCAR.com. I'll be continuously checking that until obviously it is up and working at its full capacity once again. Yeah, I think Blaney and Elliott are more than likely in the must-win situations of those below the cut line. Honestly, I think it's going to take a win for Reddick and Hamlin to get in as well, just because I think the drivers that are above the cut line are going to be running top 10 and getting stage points each of these next 2 races. So it's going to be tough to overcome a 27-point deficit. I'm always a big believer in it's never impossible, but at the same time, those drivers are just so good at the next 2 tracks that it's going to take a win, I think, to beat them. And obviously that advances you into the next round automatically.
Hey, here in southern Florida. Doesn't feel too hot though. It's kind of nice. And this aerial coverage that we're going to bring you all day long, spectacular views. We say thanks to our friends from Traveler Whiskey. If you have never been to Miami, please put it on your list. And if it's been a few years, you can't believe how this city is ever evolving and changing. It is a real hotspot. As we welcome you back to the Straight Talk 400, this is Tyler Reddick in the Beast Camry for 2311 Racing. The Xfinity Mobile gives you this view of the race leader who's been out in front for 26 laps.
Yeah, this is the kind of race so far that Tyler Reddick needs. Coming into this race, you consider him a favorite because he's so fast here. This is the kind of racetrack he does so well on. No top 10s in the last 6 races. And they feel like they're in a must-win situation, 30 points back in the playoffs. So a great start for this team.
This 28-year-old Californian had to show all of the grit and determination and skill combined with his team and their efforts and their determination simply to make it to this round of 8 after a really rough go at the Roval. He had the back end of the car completely airborne. If that wasn't enough, this is what happened to him last week in Las Vegas. He won the opening stage and then went for this gap that evaporated, and wait for it. It's not done yet. If you missed the race last weekend, this is what happened to Tyler Reddick. He said that he had done so much simulator work at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, he knew this was going to happen. He'd done this in the virtual world. He'd done this in the simulated world. So he said it didn't freak him out, Steve.
I'm not sure that makes me feel more comfortable about doubling down the front stretch. You know, I was made about the move. I liked it. I didn't think it was overly aggressive. I think that's what's required to fill those holes. Like, you know, it's easy to judge it in slow motion in a replay, but it didn't strike me as crazy when he did it.
How about Ryan Blaney driving inside the top 10?
Awesome. Incredible performance. And he is the lead Ford driver. Reigning series champion. He needs a day of sweetness and light. And maybe, just maybe, today's that day.
And look how well the car runs the top of the racetrack. He easily clears the 48, has a run on the 20. They'll back off, let the 20 get away on corner entry. The 20 will give him the top, which Blaney's probably very excited about.
Loves that. Gives him clean air, puts him where he wants to be. Huge positive momentum. Just going to hang a left. Going to easily pass Christopher Bell here.
Just to put this into perspective, folks, Christopher Bell started on the 2nd row. Ryan Blaney started on the 10th row. That Menards Ford is flying.
Had a conversation with Ryan this morning, and he said, look, we just couldn't run a fast lap, just one single lap. But long run speed, I love my race car. We have a car that can compete today for the win. The concern is, if you get a late race caution, can they find that speed to be able to take off and not just have long run speed? Because you might need that blasting speed on speed at some point.
All determines how the race falls, right? If it's a short run or a long run to the finish. Kim.
He does not have he wants he told her fuel the crew chief front tires do not work as well as they look for. Small adjustments there for William Byron. 4 fresh tires suit your fuel.
There's some more takers, including the race leader. Here comes Tyler Reddick. Here comes Chase Elliott. Game on pit road. Hamlin's coming. Briscoe's coming. Blaney as well. Let's talk Elliott. Here's Kim.
Chase Elliott really good on the long run. Just major complaints from him on that Chevrolet. They're going to take fresh Goodyear tires, put some fuel in, Marty.
Oh.
Dave.
And happy with his race car is leader 45, Tyler Reddick on pit road now, getting Goodyear tires and fuel. No changes at the top now. Lightford was controlled the race. Denny Hamlin on pit road as well. He's gone.
Here comes Kyle Larson, Marty. He's headed your way.
Yeah, it's interestingly, these teams going on the early side of the window, you would think maybe with the early caution, they would put it more in half. Putting here on 34 days, Kyle Larson a moment ago, I said, you want any changes? It's all come. No, you can't do the time for me. Christopher Bell, who said, feels like my front tires are on grease plates. I have no idea what that means. 4 fresh Goodyear tires and a big change here. So, Steve, in your driver dictionary, what are grease plates on the front tires mean?
You know, Marty, I assume that means that the car's tight, but that's a new one for me. I don't know if the front tires are working, are tracking. Every driver seems to have his own vernacular, but that one I'd have to get a little definition for as we ride on board with Bell. Once some small nuance here, the access road, leaving pit road. No speed limit on this access road. Run as hard as you want, but it can be very slippery as we see Blaney go by in a flash. Up front, Tyler Reddick loses positions to both Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson. Chase Elliott came the same lap as the 45 and just was more efficient. Larson a lap later, which should absolutely not jump a guy on pit road. So the 45 of Reddick combination of hit entry, hit stop, hit exit, not as good as both of the Hendrick cars.
And even with that being said, Steve, check this out. Look at this replay of Chase Elliott leaving his pit box and watch Daniel Suarez in the foreground. Look at this. Chase is going to jump on the brakes, just balk for a moment, cost him maybe what, half a second, and then away he goes again.
So the car's still staying out on the racetrack right now. Brad Keselowski is currently scored as the race leader, 3 seconds ahead of A.J. Allmendinger in second. Kyle Busch 3.3 seconds back in third. Todd Gillen 5.5 seconds off the lead in fourth. And Joey Logano 8.4 seconds off the lead in fifth. Austin Cindric 8.7 seconds back at sixth. Justin Haley is back in the top 10 at seventh. 10.4 seconds off the lead. Harrison Burton 8th. 10.7 seconds back. And then Chase Elliott, who would be the first place driver of those that have hit pit road, is now currently 20 seconds off the lead in ninth. 21 seconds off the lead is Kyle Larson in 10th. And Reddick, who was the race leader before the pit stop started, is now third of those that pitted behind Larson and Elliott. And again, Elliott, who was battling there with Kyle Larson for second before the pit stop, is now ahead. I did notice that Larson's pit crew had a blazing fast stop. It was an 8.8 second pit stop for the 5 team, and then it was also an 8.8 second pit stop for the 20 team of Christopher Bell. Those are the fastest I saw of at least the playoff drivers during the 4 tire pit stops under green flag conditions moments ago. At least the top 20 are on the lead lap. Again, the top 8 cars have not hit pit road. Maybe trying to catch a caution, leapfrog in the track position running order, or, and what I think most of them are going to do is just try to split this stage in half and have fresher tires for the back burner of this stage rather than the front side of things. Because, I mean, all the teams that pitted right there, they really only had about 30 laps on their tires. Considering that we had a handful of caution laps on the initial start of the race today, from lap 1 to lap 6. Restarted at lap 6. They pitted just before lap 35, so 30 laps, give or take. More than likely take away. Couple from that even. So we'll wait to see if Keselowski pits sometime soon then. From when we restarted, it would be 74 or 75 laps, I guess, technically. Yeah, AJ Allmendinger's on pit road, so it's about halfway through the stage. Lap 41 right now. I was going to say another 2 laps. Lap 43, we'll probably see a lot of them come in. But I just saw AJ pit. Gillen passes Kyle Busch. Busch is on the pit road. Logano's in. Cindric's in. So a lot of those drivers that stayed out are now pitting. Keselowski still out on the track. Maybe going to go to lap 43. We'll see. Maybe he comes in this time. Honestly, with the others pitting, he's probably coming in this time. He's run the inside. Yep, he is. Keselowski on his way to pit road.
Yeah, man, they talked about it last lap, so you may see the 6 right away. You do see Kyle pit road. That car keeps on the first run. As well, you do Joey Logano, remember, started at the back. They want to try something different if they could, but they just can't stay out any longer on these tires as they wear and get the car slower. Here goes Brad Keselowski now. Let's see, 8 laps led on the day before he had to give up his strategy here for 4 Goodyear tires and fuel.
These guys are really just playing the math with that early yellow. This will give the same amount of green flag laps on both sets of tires. We'll just have to see, which works as we get a good view leaving pit lane from the consumer cellular cam and the rear bumper of Brad Keselowski. If you may have noticed,
Todd Gilliland and Justin Haley still out on the racetrack for right now in first and second. And now they are the last 2 cars to pit. Obviously, Haley was on pit road lap 1. Probably took a new set of tires then. Though he is still out on the track. And he will consume the lead as Todd Gilliland is on pit road. And Elliott passed Justin Haley on track last lap as well. So now Elliott back out in front. First time Chase Elliott is led here today at the Homestead-Miami Speedway as he cycles to the lead during these green flag pit stops. Justin Haley is now on his way down. So the top 10 in the running order, now that Haley has pit, would show Chase Elliott in first, Kyle Larson second, Tyler Reddick in third, Denny Hamlin fourth, Bubba Wallace fifth, William Byron sixth, Ryan Blaney seventh, Christopher Bell eighth, Martin Truex Jr. ninth, and in 10th is Alex Bowman. So that is the top 10 as NBC leads to another full screen commercial break. Lap 45 of 80 here in stage 1, about 35 laps to go in the stage. Listening live on KRC to our Straight Talk Wireless 400 live commentary coverage for this NASCAR Cup race. Again at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Our goal is to get to 100 likes on the stream. And we are currently at 34 right now. We haven't hit our goal for the last 2 streams so far this weekend with the Xfinity and truck races. So be sure to hit that like button so we get to our goal here today. Chris Davis, thanks for tuning in also. Didn't shout you out yet. Kyle Larson leading our poll at 37% of the votes to win the race today. 67 votes. We have 67 votes in the poll, but only 34 likes. So definitely hit that like button. But appreciate you voting in the poll, though, as well. 38% for Larson now. He goes up 1%. As it goes to 68 votes other at 32%, which is somebody other than Reddick, Hamlin, or Larson. Reddick only getting 16% of the votes. Surprised. Starting on the pole, leading all the laps at the beginning. Still running in third. Hamlin, 13% of the votes. Has kind of been right around 5th, 6th, 7th. The entirety of stage 1 so far. Now he's actually currently in third. We under caution or green? This is where being colorblind really sucks with this leaderboard. I don't know if that's a yellow or not. Kyle Larson is not in the top 3 anymore. Something has happened to Larson during this commercial break. Did he speed on pit road? Well, no, he would have pitted well before that. They might be under caution. Larson is now in 28, so something has happened to Larson. I can't tell if that's yellow or green. Chat might have to help me. I think we're under caution. I need the raw feedback. But, yeah, I think we have an issue with Kyle Larson. He was in second. That's going to be interesting for the point standing side of things if he has an issue of something major here.
Under caution for the second time
Yep,
today.
caution.
And the reason why is that car on your screen, the 5 of Kyle Larson. And here's what went down.
Oh, what went up? Yeah, leading the 45, runs in, about to groove off the wall, goes down into the corner. I believe the right rear tire goes down before he hits the wall. Right there. I see a little bit of dust out the back of the car, and then the back kind of gets contact with the wall. So we know he had a flat right rear tire. I wasn't sure if it was wall contact that created the flat. I believe it's a flat tire that created wall contact.
I agree 100%. And I'm going to tell you something else. It's a good thing he was next to the wall when that happened. If he's 6 or 7 car lengths away from the wall,
It's Atlanta.
and that tire blows, then he goes up and hits the wall big. Instead, he's already up against it. It kind of goes up there and kisses the wall. Should not be big damage there.
Interestingly enough, rear tires and failing rear tires, pitting under green is harder on rear tires than pitting under yellow. And here's the reason for the yellow. The carcass of the tire comes off basically on pit road entry.
I'd say the biggest concern for the 5 car right now is what kind of damage is done to the underbody of that car with the right rear flat. Is it damage the underbody and therefore damage the downforce on the car? And will it slow it down, Marty?
And Jeff, I think that's the big question Cliff Daniels would love to know. It was that right rear you guys talked about. Cliff Daniels speculating that he thinks it might have been a slow leak, much like Christopher Bell had in practice yesterday for the Cup Series. That might have happened to Kyle Larson as well, but he said the tire did indeed go before he hit the wall for sure. The one good piece of news, Steve, is that Kyle Larson said he does not think that his steering is that far off, so the car is still tracking correctly. And Jesse Saunders, the car chief, yes, just gave the thumbs up that it is tracking correctly by his calculations right now. They had a situation like this last weekend at Las Vegas. Cliff Daniels knows of what to happen in case something like this happens, but I don't think anyone expected it to happen this early here in Miami.
They're taking their time because the field is down in between turns 3 and 4. Now they release the HendrickCars.com Chevy to get out and catch the field. Plenty of takers. Pit road's about to get super, super busy. Kim Coon standing by. Here they come, Kimmy.
Yeah, leader Chase Elliott leading down pit road. Chase saying, I don't need anything right now. It is turning better than it did yesterday, so they will just take a 4 fresh Goodyear tires to no-go fuel, Marty.
And you remember how good Ryan Blaney's car is. If you know about how much he talks on the radio, his only comment today, we're pretty good right here. That car is awfully quick, Dave.
Denny Hamlin a little bit tight off of 4. No changes there. As a Tyler Reddick, his car was tight behind the 5 and the 9 car. They told him to be gentle exiting pit lane this time. See if you can keep the wheel spin down just a little bit. Oh, there's still a lot of wheel spin there, Lee.
Let's have a look at some key numbers, Dave. But who made some progress for Chase Elliott? It's nice. Nothing. Just 4 new tires, and I'll keep the lead. For Bubba Wallace, it was pretty good, and Ryan Blaney grabbed another spot as well. NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Real unlimited data for fans of fun. Official partner of NASCAR. Grab One Bank NASCAR American Express card. Toyota. Let's go places. And by Progressive. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com.
Hardest part about Larson having this issue is the fact that it's in stage 1. Obviously, it's a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is it's stage 1. It's early in the race. He can recover if there's no major damage, But the bad side of things is this is going to take him out of some good stage points in this first stage because, again, he was running in second when this tire ended up going flat on the right rear. And with it being as early in the run as it was, maybe the air pressure a little too low. Just speculating, of course, but air pressure might have been a little low on those rear tires for the 5. Saw some other cars bottoming out. I know Blaney's car was bottoming out quite a bit, which we'll see that, and we saw it in qualifying too with several drivers. Couple of the cars that pitted later under green flag conditions before the caution came out did stay out on the racetrack and did not come to pit road during the caution. 4 drivers that did not pit during this yellow flag period were Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, and Todd Gilliland. Chase Elliott in 5th place on back will have 4 fresh tires. And they will only have a couple lap fresher tires, but that may make a difference here. I don't hate the call of staying out, considering a lot of those drivers that were now at the front of the field. They were in the back, so try to leapfrog in the track position running order. We'll see if they can maintain that track position, though. That will be the next question. None of those cars were up inside the top 15 at the time of the green flag pit stops taking place, as well as the cautions. So, see if they actually have speed to stay up in the top 10 to the end of the stage. We'll have less than 30 laps to go to get to that lap 80 mark. Yeah, the pole jinx Kyle Larson. Way to go, guys. I didn't pick him. I picked Reddick. I watched like Reddick getting an incident on this restart, like as I just mentioned that. Just gotta stop picking people every week. Are we blaming this Larson deal on the chat? On the chat poll?
Cup Series playoffs continue. And a reminder, see that QR code there? If you scan that now, you can get charged up during the NASCAR playoffs with a chance to win the all-electric 2024 Ford F-150 Lightning Flash, or visit NASCAR.com/Ford Playoffs promo to enter. And good luck. There's one of the many Ford drivers, Brad Keselowski, Consumer Cellular on board, gives us a look inside the number 6. And speaking inside, let's bring in our very own Hall of Famer, DJ Dale Jarrett. What did you make of what you've seen so far, DJ?
Well, kind of what we expected. Drivers searching around to see exactly where they want to go. Joe, we talked in the pre-race show about the pressures on the drivers. Then Kyle Larson has something like this to happen. You don't know what your car is going to drive like this. Or after something like this, you're hoping everything's okay. He's got plenty of time to get back to the front, but it's just added pressure.
Who's caught your eye? Is it Blaney? Is it... of what you've seen so far, DJ?
Well, kind of
Whoa.
what we expected.
That reminded me quite a bit.
A handful of laps because they pitted late under green.
Right to the restart as it advances now. Green flag is back in the air. Lap 54. Kyle Busch is the leader. Him and Joey Logano on the front row. Bubba Wallace wins the race of those on fresh tires. Up the middle, 3 wide and to the lead. A blazing restart for the 23 of Bubba Wallace. Elliott outside 3 wide on Logano and Busch as well as he'll take over second. Reddick down to the bottom, splitting around Joey Logano, who leads those on the old tires. And actually, Reddick clear high on Elliott up off of turn 2. So the 2311 Toyotas 1-2 at the front of the field. Gaggle of cars still just trying to rush around the slow cars at the front. This is not going to pan out well for them. I wonder if they're going to stay on the lead lap to the end of the stage. I mean, it's only 26 laps from now, so they have a good chance of doing so, but they're definitely going to fall well behind. It saves them a set of tires if we get a ton of cautions, but only 2 yellows so far through 55 laps. Top 5 from the restart. Bubba Wallace in the lead. Tyler Reddick second. Chase Elliott third. Ryan Blaney fourth. And Christopher Bell in fifth. Kyle Busch has fallen already back to 17th. Joey Logano a couple positions ahead of him. Cindric's outside the top 20, also restarting on the old tires. And we've got movement at the front of the field again. Tyler Reddick going to try to take back the lead. After losing it during green flag pit stops, a great restart for himself to be the second car behind his teammate to get through the drivers on old tires and now passes Wallace after Bubba had led for a few laps from the restart. Gave him a nice little shot down the front straightaway, and entering turns 1 and 2, Reddick is pulling away. So Reddick tried to do what he did last week, and that is win stage 1. Not the flipping part. He's not trying to do that again. Ryan Blaney, after starting in the back half of the field, biggest mover along with William Byron so far. Keep an eye on the 12 and the 24. As we get further into this race, they have great long-run cars, and now they have track position up in the top 10 for the first time. Byron started 25th in his 6th. Blaney just a couple spots ahead of him. I believe started 21st. 20th. As I see on my screen, 20th, and he's up to 4th. So both those two cars making a lot of passes. Speaking of making passes, Chase Elliott slide job through 3 and 4. Does not work. Desperately tried to clear Wallace through the center of the corner, and he had to get way out of the gas, and here comes Blaney now for 3rd place. Elliott back to the bottom of the track, maybe trying to protect from a potential pass by Blaney. Blaney to the middle groove, and Wallace still rim rides the top. See how much speed Blaney's got down the back straightaway on the 9 of Elliott. Does he try to make a pass this time? He looks low. Yes, he does. Elliott, a lane off the top because Bubba's still up there near the wall. So he's just trying to get clean air on the nose. Even Bubba was like maybe half a lane below it with Reddick still out in front of him, although he's a half a second back. Kyle Larson from the restart. Can't see in the positioning order where he is on screen. On the restart, Kyle Larson's up to 27th. With where he runs right now with Reddick in the lead, Larson would be 23 points below Byron for the final cut spot on the playoffs. But again, that is if Reddick were to basically win both stages and win the race, or just win the race in general, obviously. If he fell out of the lead, we don't know exactly where he would be. We'd have a greater detail on that when they get into the final stage, and all the stage points today are accumulated for those top 10 positions. So 20 to go. Reddick is pulling out to about a 9/10 of a second lead. He's clearly quicker than his teammate Bubba Wallace. Chase Elliott had gotten around him through the fluctuation of green flag pit stops. So you wonder if those two have a restart head-to-head with one another, if Elliott can maybe keep up with Reddick. And we also know that the long-run speed is looking really good for the 12 and the 24. As they're just kind of biding their time back and forth and 5th. Though this green flag run to the end of the stage is only going to be 27 laps, so I don't know that that's long enough for those two to make a run at the stage win. At least in stage 1. Reset things for stage 2 if we go green all the way to the end. That's when I think you'll have to look out for the 12 and the 24 to get to the lead, but I don't think you're going to see that. I don't think there's enough laps. Lenny, even on the short run, though, looking quicker than Wallace. If he holds Elliott up and up, I mean, there's an off chance that he could get to second. So 3 drivers below the cut line now running in the top 4 from what it was coming into the race today. Not the current cut line with Larson obviously further back in the pack, but coming into the race. Reddick, Elliott, Blaney, and then Hamlin, who was up in the top 5 earlier, lost some time on the restart. He's now back in 9th. Struggled in traffic initially. Shout out to Carson Hocevar, by the way. He just passed Alex Bowman for 7th. Rookie is making a great run. Had some good runs at Darlington, and here today on a similar racetrack, low grip. Wider in the corners, obviously, but tight in the sense of having the fast line around the top, and Carson Hocevar is doing a great job. Looks like Alex Bowman actually crossed him back over Hocevar did have 7th on the leaderboard. Now he's back to 8th again, but still running inside the top 10 and strong. Reddick is now led for 42 laps. Over half of the laps that we have ran so far, about 2/3 of them. 1.7 seconds now ahead of Bubba Wallace. He's just pulling away. I do think Wallace is holding Elliott and Blaney up. Christopher Bell in 5th, not really closing in on these guys. He might actually be holding Byron up behind him. Hocevar did get back by Alex Bowman again for 7th. This time he's clear of him. Now the commercial break coming up on NBC as Reddick leads this time at the line. 15 laps to go in stage 1. We'll go through the full field running order yet again. Again, Tyler Reddick leads. Bubba Wallace in 2nd. Chase Elliott is in 3rd. 4th for Ryan Blaney and Christopher Bell 5th. William Byron 6th. Carson Hocevar 7th. Alex Bowman in 8th. Denny Hamlin 9th. And in 10th is Martin Truex Jr. Josh Berry 11th. Chase Briscoe 12th. Zane Smith 13th. Ryan Preece 14th. And Ross Chastain 15th. 16th is Daniel Suarez. AJ Allmendinger in 17th. Ty Gibbs 18th. Noah Gragson 19th. And 20th is Chris Buescher. 21st, Austin Dillon. Joey Logano back to 22nd on the restart. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd. John Hunter Nemechek 24th. Kyle Larson 25th. Kyle Busch 26th. Harrison Burton 27th. Daniel Hemrick 28th. 29th, Michael McDowell. Brad Keselowski 30th. Austin Cindric 31st. 32nd, Todd Gilliland. Justin Haley 33rd. Eric Jones 34th. Corey LaJoie 35th. JJ Yaley 36th. Kaz Grala 37th, and Chad Fincham 38th, as that rounds out our full field of 38 cars. Only 2 cars off the lead lap are Grala and Fincham, last 2 on the leaderboard. We'll take another break until they come back from the commercial break. Listening live to the Straight Talk Wireless 400 on KRC. Hocevar making a pass on William Byron for 6th place to the bottom of the racetrack now. Spire Motorsports Chevy continues to move forward. Denny Hamlin is closing the gap on Bowman for 8th as well. 2 things to cover that I haven't covered in a minute or haven't yet on the stream. I have been mentioning the point standings throughout the course of the stream, and it's been scrolling across the bottom of the screen for the start of the race, but I didn't actually go on the big screen. I didn't give myself enough time in the pre-race to do so. Joey Logano obviously advanced into the championship 4. Christopher Bell came into this race today plus 42. Larson came in plus 35, so you're seeing that hit live from the flat right rear tire here in stage 1. He's not going to get stage points in this first stage. And he's only recovered back to 25th, so that's why he's at a net negative as we run, with, of course, a driver that came in below the cutoff line of Tyler Reddick leading. William Byron came in plus 27. He was the last driver in, again, when this race started. Denny Hamlin minus 27, Tyler Reddick minus 30, minus 47 for Ryan Blaney, and minus 53 points for Chase Elliott through the first race of the round. 3.3 second lead. Wallace still remains in 2nd place. Reddick is about to approach 50 laps led already. Christopher Bell last week, who led over half the laps in the race at Las Vegas. Reddick hasn't won in his Cup Series career at this racetrack. 2 career Xfinity wins, both in championship races, with Junior Motorsports and RCR at the time. 2nd, 3rd, and a 4th place finish in his 4 career races on the Cup Series level at this track. So he's been close, and he's led laps, leading a lot more of those here today. Kind of interested that the live race odds, according to DraftKings, on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen shows Chase Elliott as the favorite to win this race right now. I don't know why Tyler Reddick is not the favorite. I don't believe that they know NASCAR. I'm going to be honest. Like, Kyle Larson's the favorite to win every single weekend. I get he's the greatest driver in NASCAR today from like a raw racing talent, but that's not how racing works. So, and for instance, like last week going into the race, yeah, he had a top 5 car. He had a good car, but he didn't have the fastest car Saturday and still was listed as the favorite. And, this week he came in as the favorite again, even though Reddick clearly had the fastest car through practice and qualifying. I mean, he was first and first. Pretty unanimous. He had good long run speed as well. And here he is dominating the race through stage 1. Fell behind during the green flag pit stops, but got it back on that last restart from the Larson incident. And he's still not the favorite. Like, even mid-race, he's still not the favorite. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know where they, I always wonder where they actually pull. I don't know if it's like a computer model or, I don't know. It does seem weird. I don't know. It can't be a computer model. I feel like a computer model would have Reddick as the favorite, but I don't know. I don't know, chat. Doesn't make sense to me. I'm surprised Bubba's still holding off Elliott and Blaney, though. I mean, Bubba does have a quick car. I think he is holding, well, he was holding him up. Now it's about a second gap between the 23 and the 9, so it does seem like the long run speed not as good for Elliott. Blaney's still right there with Chase. He's closer to Chase than Chase is to Bubba. About a 1.2 second gap between second and third, the 23 and the 9 car. And again, about a half a second gap now between Blaney and Elliott. Carson Hocevar, meanwhile, up to 5th. He passed Christopher Bell within the last couple laps. And he's within a second of Blaney for 4th. That's a point lost for Bell before the end of the stage as well. So we'll see if he steals some stage points away from either Blaney or Elliott also. Again, it wasn't mathematically impossible for an Elliott or Blaney or Reddick to point their way in. Larson having the issues he's having right now. If those 3 continue to run top 5 all day, even if they don't win and get a good finish, I mean, they're going to eat into Larson's points deficit quite a bit. The points don't show that right now on the NBC graphic because Reddick is leading. But again, if Reddick falls out of the lead and say Bell or Byron end up winning the race instead, that are above the cut line, or a non-playoff driver like Bubba Wallace or somebody wins the race, then that cut line is going to be very, very tight at the end of this thing if Larson cannot get back up into the top 10, not only by the end of stage 2 to get any stage points, but by the end of the race. He's still in 25th. He got to 25th initially on the restart. He's been stuck in 25th ever since. And that 5 team, Cliff Daniels will be making some adjustment changes, I'm sure, to that race car. It's the first he's been able to get a set or a handful or more of green flag laps with the damage assessed from the right rear tire failure. So I'm not going to say it's deemed infixable or not fixable, but we'll see. Yeah, Elliott's definitely starting to hold Blaney up. Byron's actually fading on the long run as well. He was in 5th initially on the restart. After just over 20 green flag laps, Byron's now fell to 8th. Chase Elliott trying to hold off Blaney for 3rd. 1 lap to go in stage 1. We'll see if he'll be able to do it. And that's 1 spot ahead in the running order leading into the pit stops on top of the stage point. So it's important to make that pass if you're Blaney. No pressure for Tyler Reddick. A 4-second lead to the end of the first stage as he gets the stage 1 victory here today. Bubba Wallace will bring it home in 2nd in stage number 2. So a 23-11 sweep here in stage 1. See if they can continue to do that throughout the course of the race here today. Looking at the season statistics for Tyler Reddick, this is stage win number 6 on the season, and that is now a tie for 3rd with his boss, Denny Hamlin. Not Michael Jordan. Jordan doesn't race. Tie with Denny Hamlin for 3rd on the season. Again, 6th total. Alexa makes picks. I didn't even see that comment in the chat till just now. Yeah, maybe it's Alexa. Somebody that works for Vegas or something is probably like, Alexa, what do you think the race odds are for today? And then it'll like say like F1, and then it'll have to be, no, NASCAR. Well, that makes sense then. Do I have qualifying cup speeds? I can pull it up. I mean, not that that matters for the race itself. But yeah, Reddick's pull time is a 32.248. Larson, who was second, 32.325. About 800th of a second difference, a little less than 800ths. A little over a tenth back was Bell in third, 32.369. Hamlin, 32.428. Average speed on the qualifying lap by Reddick was 167.452 miles per hour. All right, let's see if that raw feed's back up and running. It was early stage 2 last week at Vegas when it started working again. So here we are at the end of stage 1 right now. I don't think it's working yet. I imagine we're getting closer to getting the raw feed back up and running, considering that we are through the first stage. I'll continue to refresh, log out of NASCAR.com and log back in. So your stage 1 results behind the 2311 Toyotas. Again, Reddick was first, Wallace second. Then you had Chase Elliott third. He did hold on in front of Ryan Blaney. Blaney was fourth. Carson Hocevar impressively in fifth. Christopher Bell sixth. Denny Hamlin seventh. William Byron eighth. Alex Bowman ninth. And 10th was Martin Truex Jr. The only playoff drivers not to get any stage points at all were just Kyle Larson, who is still back in 25th, and then obviously Joey Logano, 23rd, who is already locked into the championship 4. The other 6 were all inside the top 8. So they're on it today.
This page of NASCAR is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? McDonald's. And by National Debt Relief, helping you become debt-free. There's a great overview, great look at Miami, downtown, and the port. This place is happening. It's buzzing and continues to grow, as do the stories in this Straight Talk 400. Pit Road is getting busy. Stage 1 is complete. And let the work begin for the teams. Kim Coon.
Yeah, top left, Chase Elliott, still no major complaints. He said the balance isn't bad, just down an overall grip. Used up the fronts first and the rears. No adjustments for front figure tires. Snow go fuel, Marty.
27 stage points for Ryan Blaney, who says we have speed, but the front end just slides on entry. Meanwhile, Christopher Bell said the car is much better. I've seen more turn later.
A bottle of refreshment, a clearer view. Now, can he lower the RPM just a little bit to get out of its pit box and win the race off the pit road? No, a slower stop. He will lose a lead and more.
How about that? How about that? 2 positions gained by Carson Hocevar. Awesome effort there, but check out what happened here at RFK Racing and Chris Buescher. He got nudged by Ricky Stenhouse, and the Fastenal Ford went around.
Look out. That Jackman almost got his foot ran over. That was pretty close. It looked like it almost got underneath the splitter of the race car. Very, very close call there on pit road. Dangerous situation, but luckily he didn't hit any crew members, and everything seems to be okay there all in all. We'll wait for our leaderboard to shake up, and then we'll go through the running order, at least for the top 6. We are right at the end of stage 1 currently. Right into Larson's pit, too. I can't catch a break. Yeah, whatever positions he did gain on the last restart, he's going to be losing them again. Yeah, he's Larson now back in 35th. Ryan Blaney, though, on our leaderboard is out in front. I think we see J.J. Yaley in the top 10 still, so I'm going to wait. Because I know that that's not right. Might take until the restart for this leaderboard to get accurate. There's no way J.J. Yaley was 9th off of pit road. That didn't happen. Not since probably his Joe Gibbs Racing days he came out 9th off of pit road. No offense to New York Racing, but I don't think they have the pit crew necessary to gain him that many spots, especially from the back of the pack. We got nothing on NASCAR.com. Well, we'll get some green flag racing in here for stage 2, and then we'll take a look at it after the fact. So Ryan Blaney will be the leader in the restart. Bubba Wallace right there with him, more than likely will be on the front row. Then Carson Hocevar, Chase Elliott up in those top 4 positions.
Unbelievable scenes from the air today of Miami Beach, downtown in the background, and we're a little further south. And this is in Homestead. But what a place it is. No wonder it's on everybody's. It's running 2 back from the pace car there. Bubba Wallace behind the wheel. Today, led by McDonald's own Bubba Wallace and Tyler Reddick, many of the drivers are raising awareness for the 50th anniversary of the Ronald McDonald House Charities organisation. Each participating driver is honouring a Ronald McDonald House Charities family by including their name above the passenger door. The RMHC provides essential services for families with ill or injured children so they can focus on the health and well-being of their child. And we would encourage you to scan the QR code or visit rmhc.org to learn more about how you can support this wonderful cause. Kim, it's a celebration and acknowledgement of so much good work. That good work continues that's been done over half a century.
Yeah, absolutely, Lee. And for Joey Logano in that car, they're spotlighting the Alter family, the Ronald McDonald child, Ellie Alter. Now, the Alter family spent more than 100 days in the hospital with their daughter after she was born. She had 4 surgeries in just the first 7 months of her life, including an open heart surgery at 6 days old. The family, well, they were able to be by Ellie's side all through that due to the support from the Ronald McDonald House. But the best part, the part I love about this story is the Alters are celebrating Ellie's first birthday right now as we speak from 2 to 4 today with a party this afternoon. So we want to wish a very happy birthday to the resilient young girl, Ellie Alter.
And there are stories like that behind the names that are represented here today. Ronald McDonald House is in more than 60 countries globally. They first opened in October of 1974 in Philly. And there's some 28 drivers and 11 teams participating in this. So congratulations to everybody. And let it go for another 50 years in helping ill and injured kids and their family. It was not a great time on pit road, Dave Burns, for this man here, Tyler Reddick, who won the first stage. What happened?
6 spots lost, just a bit of a slower stop. And while some drivers may key the radio and throw an expletive out there, this was the calm voice of Tyler Reddick.
All good, guys. We got about maybe a lap. All good.
That tells me the driver is calm, but the driver's also, Marty, very confident about his race car over the next 80 laps.
Yep, Dave, Kyle Larson stuck in 32nd. What's the update on the car? Listen in.
Well, how could you get a what?
That's the voice of frustration of Cut.
All right, Ryan Blaney out in front for the first time today. Green flag is back in the air at Homestead. Elliott pulls to the bottom to try to go 3 wide for the lead into turn 1. Launches underneath the 12 and the 23. Hocevar on the outside did not take off well in the second lane on the outside row. Blaney falls to 3rd and even further back on the exit of turn 2 as he chases his car to the outside. An impressive move by Elliott. He's still door-to-door for the lead with Bubba Wallace, though. Blaney, who was in the lead initially, now all the way back to 5th. Hamlin up to a race-high third-place position. Great restart for the driver, the number 11. Blaney right back underneath him, though. Battles for that third-place position back into turn 1. Chase Elliott is out in front for the second time today now, as he clears Bubba Wallace into turns 1 and 2 as well. Bubba with a run down the back straightaway from the high side. We'll see if he tries to make the launch to the inside of the racetrack. Right in line behind Wallace. Wallace pulls up alongside Elliott there initially. Got bit loose off turn 4, and Elliott holds clear at the start-finish line. Lap 90 on the restart. Tyler Reddick getting back up to 5th place. Lost some time during the pit stop. Got a couple more back on the restart. And now he clears his Toyota counterpart for that 5th slot. Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney door-to-door again. This time it's Hamlin on the inside and Ryan Blaney up high on the top. Not running the outside near the wall necessarily, but more in the middle line, trying to pitch Hamlin's exit off with running the inside. It's still door-to-door, and Reddick's got a big run behind him. And cuts to the inside of Hamlin now for 4th as Blaney's clear into turn 1. Blaney wiggles a bit on corner entry down into the first turn. Reddick pulls to the inside of Hamlin. Can he get underneath Blaney as well? Blaney holds clear of the 11. The 11 gonna draft in line behind the 12. Hamlin holds clear on Reddick, who almost made the pass for 4 through 3 and 4, but wasn't able to. Great run by Blaney through that 3 and 4 turn as well. Very close to clearing Wallace. He's going to have a good attempt to try to make this pass down into 1 and 2 as he was side by side all the way down the front straightaway. Rotates through the center of the corner. Wallace with the run on corner exit. Blaney looking to slide up. Slams the door shut. Wallace with the crossover. Now Bubba's on the bottom. And Bubba nearly clear and is clear down into the first turn. Blaney again. A double crossover move back to the inside a second time. And he's going to pull right back alongside Wallace again off turn 4. Same spot he was the lap before. And we'll see if he clears into 1 and 2 for the second consecutive lap. Clear in the middle of the corner as he looks to slide up. He is still clear on corner exit. Wallace lost a lot of ground at corner entry into the turn 1 side, and Reddick and Hamlin nearly got underneath him, though they merge after nearly running 3 wide through the center of 1 and 2. Same thing down in 3 and 4. Reddick close to at least clearing Denny Hamlin for a spot. Wallace is like, he's like on the boards. He was so close to the wall off the exit of turn 4. Just trying to keep these other cars in line behind him. Slide job after slide job. This is an overgrown dirt track is what Homestead-Miami Speedway is here today. It's an overgrown 1.5-mile dirt track at like 180 plus miles an hour, nearly 190 miles an hour on corner entry. Earlier in the run, at least on fresh tires, about 190. Obviously, as the tires wear out, that would not be the case, but we're getting there. As aggressive as these drivers have been on this restart, it's going to be interesting to see who is saving their tires the most through all of this to put a long run together and potentially make some passes. Carson Hocevar got by Christopher Bell again for 6th on the racetrack, and he's not that far behind Reddick for 5th place. Top 5 drivers still within about 1.3 seconds of the lead. Hamlin's been working on Wallace for quite some time, same as Reddick. Hamlin should be able to clear this time into 1 and 2 and does. Hamlin back into 3rd again. Wallace again so close to that wall on corner exit off turn 2. He's trying to use every inch of that asphalt. Slingshot crossover by Hamlin, who is now on the outside line. And Wallace is not able to side draft Hamlin, and Reddick on the outside also gets by the 23 for 4th. Hocevar shot down to the bottom of the track. Wallace tries to pinch him off in the center of the corner. He does. Big lift by Carson Hocevar. Christopher Bell catching up to this battle. Too far behind to try to make a pass, though, into turns 3 and 4. Coming up on lap 98 this time by. Elliott has now led for 16 laps in the race today. As he is out in front of the field, Ryan Blaney is in 2nd. as he sits 0.8 of a second off the lead. Denny Hamlin 1.2 seconds back in third. Tyler Reddick a second and a half back in fourth. And Carson Hocevar still remains in fifth at 1.6 seconds off the lead, as he had just gotten by Bubba Wallace that last lap to get back into the top 5, which is where he finished in stage 1. This might be the fastest I think I've seen Hocevar all season this early in the race. Like, he's gotten some top 10s throughout the course of the season, or even like a third at Watkins Glen, though that was mostly strategy based. He still had a good car to stay up there, but like, he legitimately has a top 5 car right now. I mean, he is putting a battle to the guy who was fastest all day yesterday morning through practice and qualifying, Tyler Reddick, who's in fourth. Or Reddick, who won stage 1 by 4 seconds back in traffic because of having a slow pit stop, has rallied to fourth, and Hocevar stayed right there with him and challenges for fifth. The only question with that, being less than 20 green flag laps into this run, is Hocevar pushing so hard early in the run to get this track position, and will he suffer when we get 30 to 40 laps into this run before we get to those green flag pit stops here in stage 2? That is what we'll have to wait and see. Lost a lot of ground through 1 and 2, going back to the bottom of the track, trying to get by Reddick. Slipped up the racetrack. He was about 4 or 5 car lengths behind him before entering turn 3 on the other end of the speedway. And chat poll closes at the end of stage 2. Stage 2 is 85 laps. And again, stage 3 will be 102 laps. Larson Radio confirms diffuser damage from the flat tire. And we'll see where he's at following this last restart. 24th, 1 spot higher than what he was. He was in 32nd on the restart, so 8 spots gained for Larson. That last pit stop they had during the stage break was his first since the incident, other than obviously repairing enough damage to clear the DVP clock, but first adjustment after being able to get a gauge of where his car was at. Spire Motorsports, I think in general, is just on it. I mean, we saw Justin Haley qualify in the top 10 this weekend. Hocevar's in 5th. We haven't talked about Zane Smith at all today, but he's quietly in 9th place. He actually just passed Alex Bowman a couple laps ago to get to that slot on the racetrack. And the lead is starting to tighten up between the top 3. Elliott, Blaney, Hamlin, all within a half a second. Hamlin looks to be the quicker of the 3 at this point in the run. He's trying to make a pass on Blaney for 2nd place through turns 1 and 2. Can't quite get underneath him there, but he looks the quickest of these top 3. Blaney's been consistently about 0.3 behind Elliott this whole run, but hasn't been able to mount a charge to try to take the lead away from him. And Denny Hamlin in the 11 seems to be a little bit quicker than both. Center of the corner, Hamlin's got a huge run on Blaney. Looks to the inside. It's going to be a great passing opportunity for Hamlin down in turn 1. Shoots to the inside of the racetrack, but not all the way down to the white line, about a lane off of it. And clear for 2nd place. Blaney got against the wall in the center of the corner. He's going to lose a ton more time. He didn't get against the wall hard. He just kind of scuffed it a little bit. And he's now a little over half a second off the lead. Still remains in 3rd. And now the top 4 in the running order are all the 4 drivers that were below the cutoff line coming into the race today. I would have thought, like a Reddick or Hamlin could have contended for the win today. Coming into the race, I wasn't expecting Blaney or Elliott to be up where they're at right now. So the fact that all 4 of those drivers are legitimate contenders to win this race, could see another flip in the point standings for the 2nd consecutive week in the round of 8. 25 laps complete at the start-finish line this time by for stage 2. Still 60 to go. Everybody will have to pit at some point in time. NBC heads to a commercial break right now. As they do that, we'll go through the full field running order this time. Again, Elliott has led now 25 laps. Most of which here in stage 2, but he also led some laps in stage 1. He cycled to the lead during the green flag stops at that time. And again, Denny Hamlin in second behind Elliott. Ryan Blaney is third. Tyler Reddick fourth. Carson Hocevar still in fifth. Sixth is Christopher Bell. Bubba Wallace seventh. William Byron eighth. Zane Smith ninth. And Alex Bowman rounds out the top 10. And 11th is Ryan Preece. AJ Allmendinger in 12th. Joey Logano 13th. Martin Truex Jr. 14th. Josh Berry 15th. 16th is Ty Gibbs. Chase Briscoe 17th. Daniel Swartz 18th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 19th. And Ross Chastain in 20th. Michael McDowell 21st, Kyle Larson up to 22nd, 23rd, Austin Dillon, Austin Cindric 24th, John Hunter Nemechek 25th, Noah Gragson 26th, Brad Keselowski 27th, Kyle Busch 28th, Daniel Hemrick 29th, and Chris Buescher in 30th. 31st, Todd Gilliland, Harrison Burton 32nd, Corey LaJoie 33rd, Justin Haley 34th, Eric Jones 35th, 36th, Kaz Grala, J.J. Yaley 37th, and Chad Fincham 38th. He's the only car off the lead lap. Fincham, that is. Multiple laps down in the 66 car. We'll take another break. Again, you're listening live on KRC to the Straight Talk Wireless 400 at Homestead. See if the raw feed's up yet on NASCAR.com. Over 100 laps into this race, I still don't think it's up. Yeah, still stuck on the starting grid, it looks like. Last week. During the commercial break, it appears that Chase Elliott's still in the lead over Denny Hamlin. Way too early, but those four doing great. Yeah, no, they really are. I mean, they legitimately all look like, I mean, honestly, the top five that we see right now, even Hocevar in there, I think the top five that we see on the track are the five fastest cars through the first half of this race today. Maybe not in the order in which that they are the quickest, but I think that those are the top five, and it'll be interesting to see how they sort each other out through the rest of this race as we're approaching halfway.
Races by visiting NASCAR.com/fan rewards. Race leader Chase Elliott, the Napa Chevy for Hendrick Motorsports. This is the day he's been waiting for quite some time. Could have been there, might have been there last weekend in Vegas, but got caught up in that incident that involved multiple cars, most notably Tyler Reddick when he went down and spun and flipped.
Every racetrack has its challenges, and one of those at this racetrack is how much it changes. As the temperature comes down, as rubber gets built into the racetrack, your car may drive great right now, but 100 laps from now, it may not. And so if your driver's running well, don't take for granted it's going to continue that way. If he's not running well, don't assume he can't get there, because you're going to have to make the right changes as a team, Steve.
Yeah, and as we close in on green flag pit stops, now's the time to have those conversations with your driver. Let's take a look exactly what happened with the 12 of Blaney. I think we're going to see just a little bit of contact. Oh. Yeah, pretty standard contact. I look like mostly the right rear.
Stayed in there a little longer than you want to see it, though. You know, a lot of times you'll see them just kind of touch the wall. This one, when it gets in the wall, it kind of pulls the car into it, and he couldn't get away from it.
When you're threading the needle that close, Jeff, does it give you a little bit of a shock instantly to make you react, or you're kind of half expecting it as Blaney is coming to pit road?
Close enough that I imagine maybe it's a few laps early for a green flag pit stop, but after the wall contact, maybe make a safer call, not go all the way until you have a right side go down, Marty.
Yeah, Jonathan Hassler knows that his driver is struggling on corner X. It just needs the car to turn a lot better, and you can see that from the last replay. They're going to come in here, full fresh Goodyear tires for Ryan Blaney. Again, that turn at the end of the corner is the biggest issue. So, Steve, what's the advantage in pitting on the early side of the window before everybody else?
Well, the first advantage for the 12 is to get the damaged right side tires off after wall contact. The gain now will be to go out there and use these new tires in the next 3 or 4 laps before others come to pit road to try to gain positions. That's why you now see William Byron counter. He'll jump on pit road as well, Kim.
Yeah, William Byron was one early on the grapevine second last time too. He said the back's trying to get out of the track in the long runs. All for his longevity in the back end of the car. Tire slight adjustments to no go fuel.
So to give you an idea just how short these guys are, pit stops, they have 28 laps on their tires. They have to run 51 to the end of the stage. So, math, data analytics would say, hey, run about the same. Call it 40-ish laps on both sets of tires. But it has proven that coming to pit road early, hitting your tires and going to make time, in the end works out more times than not. So I think we're going to see a wave of cars join the pit cycle here. Dave.
Alex Coleman brings the 48 to pit road. He said it's tough with the nose, really snappy on exit. So two problems for crew chief Blake Harris to attend here. 4 Goodyear tires and fuel for him. You're on board with Joey Logano riding below. Joey says my turn is good, but I need more rear grip. That hurts my turn in, Marty.
The struggle continues for Kyle Larson, Dave. He got no better than 21st on that run. Says the car just not working the way he needs to after that flat right front earlier, Kim.
And his teammate Chase Elliott will go for Chase. Not too tight yet, but I don't want him first pumped up, so they'll lay off the air pressure. Just take more fresh Goodyear tire than they'll fuel.
And Christopher Bell showed some late run strength, but he said, I still need the car to turn a little bit more for me. Very late in the corner. That's where he feels like he's losing a lot of time. And maybe this longer run here, as they put on the back end of this window, will play to the favor of the 20 teams.
It's going to be very interesting to see as we ride along board with Bell to see where the 9 and the 11 cycle as well. The 9 on the access road, the 11 on the banking. And there you have it. The 9 of Chase Elliott is going to give up control of the race to the 11 car. We'll see if that works when it all cycles around. Look at the 9 on those new tires. Wow. Unlaps himself right away. Makes it look really easy. And Blaney, who was the first to pit road, he has cycled all the way to the front. So a little bit of a mix right here. Blaney, I imagine the 9 should be able to get back by him with a couple lap fresher tires. We'll wait and see.
3 lap difference in tires right here, so you would think the 9 would be able to catch him pretty quickly. It looks like to me these tires for about the first 15 laps are really fast, and then they kind of level off. It no longer becomes a big advantage. So if you're Chase Elliott, you want to be pushing hard right here to get by this 12.
2.5 seconds back. That's how far Blaney was back before he made wall contact. It came to pit road early. You mentioned it, 3 lap tires. Let's see if Elliott can use the fresher tires before they level off, as you point, Jeff. So to answer Marty's question, hey, why do you come early? This is why. Blaney has cycled out. You see right there, Chase way faster than Hamlin, who continues to run long on tires.
This is down. These guys are down in 16th and 17th. But as Steve said earlier, we wait for it to cycle because these were the ones who dove early in this stage to pit road. Denny Hamlin still leads on track over Tyler Reddick, and then Hocevar, Bubba Wallace. AJ Allmendinger has had a good day. Despite, prior to this being up there in the top 5, he raced his way all the way into the mid-teens earlier from a much lower grid spot.
And this doesn't shock me for Denny Hamlin. This is kind of a signature for Gabehart and Hamlin. Run a little bit longer and stick to that math I talked about. Try to run equal amount of laps on both sets of tires.
William Byron about to unlap himself. There goes the Valvoline Chevy down low and goes by the race leader, as did Christopher Bell. .44 to go in this stage.
So now for Hamlin, Reddick, Hocevar, Wallace, a caution would be amazing, right? Because they're going to come. There's only 18 cars lead left, so they're going to come to pit road, put tires on. The guys that just pitted might have to stay out to save a set of tires. But remember earlier, 4 lap older tires got passed like they were standing still in turn 1. So it's also about tire conservation. You have 8 sets in your pits for the entire race.
Reddick talked about having all day long to recover from that pit stop. And you can see right here, he has to be happy with his race car. Faster than Hamlin right now. Kim.
Yeah, the level on the front end of that run, you said your balance was the best vision on just lining them, so it's going to be 4 Goodyear tires. So don't go feel like record, doesn't it?
Here comes Hamlin to pit road. So this would be a great example of how much time he will have lost to Elliott. Now remember, when Hamlin rejoins the racetrack, Dave is going to have fresher tires in the leader. We'll see if he can use those to make up the lost ground.
And Steve, he got to talk before that last restart about him and the spotter being more aggressive from Chris Gabehart, and so they did. He got up to the front and then eventually led as the cycle continued here. So no complaints about the race car right now. He was complaining a little bit about his right front, maybe nearing the end of its life, but that will be no problem now as they change 4 Goodyear tires.
And Stevie, you pointed out last week the couple of times that Denny was stopping short in his box. He was right in the guts of it there. So good stop from the Mavis Tyre number 11 crew from Joe Gibbs Racing. And let's watch this cycle. Let's watch how this works out as Tyler Reddick comes in 1 lap later than Hamlin, who he was racing on track. And we see where the 11 cycles back out in relation to the 9, the 12. Where is he? With Blaney and Chase Elliott, etc.
About a quarter lap behind Blaney, but luckily it's the 11. A lot of clean air in front as we see the Reddick pit stop out of pit stall 1. Clean on the right side. Clean on the left. All right, so the 45 will leave. So let's kind of take a point and see. We have Blaney exiting turn 2. Backstretch leading. Not leading, but he's the first car that has already pitted. The advantage for the 45 and the 11 is going to be the clean air. The 11 for sure. So here's the 11, but let's look all the way out front. Look at all this clean air. That's what you want. Now you've left pit road. You have fresh tires. You have to make up time. And where do you cycle out in traffic? This is a great spot for Chris Gabehart to place his driver back on the racetrack. He'll be able to run the fastest laps on the racetrack and hopefully close that gap back down to Blaney.
And I know that it was on pit stop cycle, right? But just, Jeff, for this car to be out in front and lead 7 laps, prior to today, holistically this year on the championship, Denny was 3rd best on laps led. He led 10% of the entire season. But that was all in the first third of the year. In the playoffs, he'd only led 5 laps. Total. So today was a breath of fresh air.
Well, Hamlin mentioned after last week's race, he doesn't even know how they're still in the playoffs. He didn't feel good about where they were. So to come here and have pace, that's really important. But what matters is results. So you have to execute on the pace. If not, it makes no difference.
Kyle Larson in the 5. That comeback story continues. Fighting there with Austin Cindric. They've spent a lot of time around each other ever since that flat tire woe and when he slammed the wall. A little damage on the 5.
All right, so under a commercial break, full screen, it looks like on NBC, Chase Elliott, during the commercial break, just taking the race lead away from Ryan Blaney in the 12. Blaney led initially during the green flag pit stop, cycled out for 6 laps before Elliott made a pass on him. Christopher Bell is in 3rd. William Byron is now 4th. Denny Hamlin 5th. Tyler Reddick 6th. Carson Hocevar 7th. Alex Bowman 8th. Ryan Preece in 9th. And 10th is Zane Smith. So that is our running order. And I think Preece in 9th. I don't think he's pit yet. But everybody else in the top 10 has. Preece may be going long trying to catch a caution. At least I don't think, I haven't noticed him in the top 10 the entire race. I would assume that he hasn't pit yet. Raw feed's still down on NASCAR.com the last time I checked. I'll check again real quick here. I don't think it's going to be up yet and running at this point. We're halfway through this race. I'm surprised it's not working yet, honestly. This might be the longest it's ever been down. Start of a race. Just about halfway. Lap 131 of 267. 3 more laps and we'll get to that point. So Blaney was able to leapfrog, get up to 2nd, being the first car to pit road. He pitted 3 laps before Chase Elliott. But Elliott now is back out in front. 38 laps led on the day for Chase. 6 for Blaney in second, 1 lap led for Bell, 7 for Hamlin, 63 for Reddick, which is still the most in the race. He was their stage 1 winner. He also started on the pole. Bubba Wallace led 2 laps on a restart to begin stage 2. Actually, that was late in stage 1, excuse me. Kyle Larson led 1 lap on a restart earlier today. Actually, it wasn't on a restart. I think it was during green flag pit stops at stage 1 is where he led the 1 lap. 8 laps led for Brad Keselowski during green flag stops. 1 for Justin Haley, 1 for Todd Gilliland, 4 for Kyle Busch. Those are all the different drivers who have led at least 1 lap in the race today. Quite a few of them.
Looking at Chase Elliott, that blue, white, and yellow Napa Chevy is running beautifully. He leads the way. He's been out in front for 39 laps. He's over Ryan Blaney and Christopher Bell. Denny Hamlin on the charge. But, Jeff, this caught your eye.
Great battle right here. Chase Elliott kind of tries to pull a slide job, slides right up in front of him. Blaney crosses him over. Almost contact. Look at this right here. Look at the pace Blaney has. And then down the back straightaway, Blaney trying to get away from him. Chase Elliott chasing him down there, trying to side draft him a little bit.
In the break, folks, Jeff and Steve, they grabbed their attention. They said, oh, look at the boys are playing. And they sure were. At a whopping speed down the back straight here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Now, Christopher Bell has bridged that gap to the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Here goes Bell. That Rheem Toyota down on the low side. And keep an eye out for Denny Hamlin in the background because, Steve, he rejoined 7 seconds behind Chase Elliott. He's now 3.3 seconds behind the race leader.
Let's remember, pre-cycle, Blaney was 2.5 seconds back. A little bit of wall contact. Came to pit road 3 laps sooner than the leaders, being Chase Elliott and, Bell, right? So now I think the older tires for Blaney starting to show up as he's losing positions. You mentioned it. Behind Blaney is Hamlin, who has 10 lap fresher than Blaney, 7 lap fresher than the leaders. We have yet to see a run really run our way out. With 31 laps to go, this will be the longest run on tires today. Just how long will these Goodyears hold on for Blaney, and how much will the fresher tires for Hamlin pay off? The top 6 positions are filled by playoff drivers. Let's talk more about them, and let's kick it off with Kimmy Coon. Kim?
Yeah, the leader, Chase Elliott, they find themselves in a must-win situation. It's not pressure to touch. It's liberating. He said it gives you leverage. He said it does not pay to be concerned at all today. So he wants to see the records. He wants Chase to send it. So not only do they have a great car marking, they've got a driver that has a ton of freedom to take chances.
Christopher Bell is in second right now. That's exactly where he finished last week's race at Las Vegas, which he said he was, quote, gutted not to win. They had the best car, but he admitted to me, hey, one big time, I got over it and moved forward saying, hey, we had a terrific car, had a good weekend. And he said they have not won since New Hampshire in June, Dave. They will look at that track here in Miami.
Dave Hamlin coming forward on the fresher tires, and Chris Gabehart likes the driver's chances at this track, even though he may not be one of the guys that is the very best at ripping the top. He said, I've got a driver that's able to move around and perfectly find speed in different places. It's a real skill, and it will lend itself well to Denny Hamlin again today, Marty.
So what did Ryan Blaney think about that contact with Chase Elliott? Listen in. So to translate the answer, not very happy. Blaney admitted we have to win if we're going to race for a championship this year. And when I asked Jonathan Haser about that, he said, what goes to win here? I never want to rely on that last race at Knoxville to me.
Tyler Reddick is 4 seconds behind the lead group. And ever since he's been back in traffic, this car has not been as good. It doesn't turn as well. It doesn't do the same things that it did when it was out front. They need to get this car out front and get Cutler in position to win. Tim?
On top, finishes one he got through that. We feel good. And Williams will believe that there are certain weeks where he needs to get away from the track, all the hustle of the rush, give his mind a break. Well, what to do this weekend? Because he told me he went to the Keys before the weekend started, did some fishing, and felt great coming into this. Right now, they just videos of Dave.
It's good news, bad news for Troy Nagano. The good news first. Pizza. Yes, you're right. I'm with a
Pizza.
right now.
That's the good news?
The good news is that the balance isn't bad. The bad news is he's been feeling a vibration ever since this cycle went through when he put this set of tires on, Marty.
Great, the car trying to pass him as Kyle Larson, who has been trying to trudge through the field after that right rear went down earlier on Cliff Daniels a moment ago. For Larson to assess the situation. So it's been 6 hit stops total for Cliff Daniels and the 5 team today. But Steve, I would say if you're Kyle Larson, those were encouraging words from Cliff Daniels after a struggle. In stage 1 and 2, they're finally pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, encouraging. I don't know if Larson's going to be happy to hear it. He's frustrated he's not up there racing for the win, but I agree with Cliff. I think that Larson is showing better pace. Still not top 5 or top 6, but much like Reddick, who talked about how his car is not good in traffic, Larson as well. When you go to the back, the car just doesn't drive as well. It's going to take some adjustments.
So you see two really good battles here between Logano and Larson and Reddick and Blaney. But up front, Denny Hamlin has bridged the gap to just 1 second. That's what it looks like there. Race leader Chase Elliott. He's never led this many laps ever at Homestead-Miami Speedway, the 2020 Cup champion. But he's got Hamlin zeroing in on him.
And the results of this stage will definitely affect how people pit in the final stage. Basically, the simple, synopsis is the 9 on the front side, early, short run, then a long run to finish. Denny Hamlin broke it up more in the, evenly, not quite even, but he ran longer on the first set of tires. Will it pay off for the 11 or the 9? The rest of the field is watching as well.
Hamlin's doing this chasing on 7-lap younger tires. And there's Christopher Bell, his JGR teammate in the background. Bell's not that far away either. Who's going to come out most satisfied and with the most all-important stage points from this second stage with just 22 to go? And that's not too far down the road. The Keys here in South Florida, one of the most beautiful parts of North America, if not the world.
World? I don't know about the world, but welcome to everybody that hasn't tuned in through much of the stream if you're just tuning in for the first time. And as of right now, race update as we're a little past halfway. Chase Elliott is leading. He's led for 52 laps now, most of which in the second stage. And our stage 1 winner, Tyler Reddick, has rallied back to 4th on the racetrack. He has led the most laps still, 63. Denny Hamlin is in 2nd. You got Christopher Bell 3rd. Bell only 1 lap led for him. Hamlin 7, though Hamlin and Bell are the 2 quickest cars on the racetrack. They waited a little longer into making their pit stop. When I was looking at the lap times on NBC's graphic, it looked like Bell was consistently about a 10th quicker than Hamlin. He's about 1.3 seconds behind him with around 20 laps to go in the stage. So it'll be interesting if he could close in on Denny at all. Hamlin obviously is closing in with faster laps than that of Chase Elliott. Slightly fresher tires. And Blaney, who was the very first car to pit, is back in 5th. And he's just trying to hang on for all he can before the end of this stage. So again, top 5, you got Chase Elliott leading the way. Denny Hamlin in 2nd. Christopher Bell 3rd. Tyler Reddick 4th. And Ryan Blaney 5th. And it's the top 5 on the leaderboard. We're going to take another break. You're listening live on KRC, the Straight Talk Wireless 400 for the NASCAR Cup Series at Homestead. Half a second margin now between Elliott and Hamlin at the front of the field. Still, we're getting closer and closer and closer to one another. Blaney is about a full second ahead of Carson Hocevar. Carson was 5th at the end of stage 1. Interesting to see if he gets back up there. Christopher Bell was 6th at the end of stage 1, but now is up to 3rd. I'd say that 20 car looks a lot better in stage 2 than what he did back at stage 1. So they've definitely made some adjustments to that race car during the couple of pit stops we've already seen so far this afternoon.
Closing 17 laps of stage 2 here in the Straight Talk 400. Let's bring you the Toyota driver update and show you where those lead Toyota drivers are. Denny Hamlin zeroing in on the lead of the race. Sits second, his teammate right behind him. And one of his drivers from 2311 Racing, Tyler Reddick, sits fourth. That's pretty good representation for Toyota after they had 5 of the top 10 in qualifying yesterday as well. There's the difference. First to second.
Elliott currently in the lead, and races are all about managing unexpected situations. That's true for the drivers. That's true for the teams. And today, that is true for the spotters. Take a listen to Chase's radio.
Really amazing.
That was Chase's spotter. Pretty cool. You saw the video of the bees swarming on the spotter stage, but that's what he's dealing with right now under these conditions.
That is crazy. That's right above where we're sitting right here.
And all this is going on. Battle for the lead right here. Denny Hamlin, he is right there with Chase Elliott.
This is good stuff. Remember, he came out after his stop 7 laps later than Chase Elliott, 7 seconds behind the driver of the 9. And that time has evaporated. Hamlin is here now to go for the lead and get the stage win.
Chase Elliott's trying to get by Todd Gilliland's got to make this pass. He's going to clear him. But Denny Hamlin's going to gas up on the bottom. He'll be side by side with the 9 on the backstretch.
Oh, the push. The 38 pushes the 9 by. It has been a while since these guys had won a stage. For Denny Hamlin, that's 12 races ago at Indy. For the race leader, Chase Elliott, he hasn't won a stage since the first stage of the season at the Daytona 500.
Well, they're going to want to get it sorted out because Bell is right behind, and Reddick also coming on those new tires, matching the tires of the 11.
Getting a good run right here on the corner exit, ran the high line. What's he going to do here? Follows Chase Elliott. See right there, Denny gives up a little bit of speed on corner entry, turns a little bit early, tries to get clean air on the nose, back to the throttle, but that momentum off of 4. This is where I think the 11 of Hamlin can hang a left. There you go. Drive deep in the corner. There's good grip down here on the bottom of the racetrack.
And in both of their rear view mirrors and the rear facing cameras is Christopher Bell, only 1 second back. Top 5 positions filled by playoff drivers.
This 1 or 2 is going to be a decision maker. Traffic in front for the 9. The 11 with a little bit of a run. Where does the 9 think the traffic's going to go? Are they going to leave him the top, or is he going to have to run the bottom?
Again, Hamlin looks on that lower side. There's the traffic up ahead. Daniel Hemrick is the first one that they're going to encounter. Then Eric Jones, I think it is. And Corey LaJoy, they're the 3 that they're coming up on.
And they're coming to 10 to go in the stage. These guys are not going to pull over for them. They're going to fight hard to stay in the lead lap.
Here we go. Hamlin had a good run that time. Is he going to be able to do anything into 1 this time?
Well, Chase Elliott gave him something different to look at. Went to the bottom of the racetrack, now slides up in front of him. That's a great move by Chase Elliott. It's one of those racetracks you can run different lines. Do not do the same thing every lap to show him what you're doing.
Fight for 3rd in the bottom box. Bell trying to hold off stage 1 winner, Tyler Reddick. Again, Hamlin super close.
This is the chance right here. A lap car on the bottom. That prohibits Hamlin from going where he really wanted to go.
And you're like, yeah, maybe this is not for the end of the race. This is not for the race win, but it is for the stage win. You could miss out on the championship 4 by 1 single point. Every position, every pass matters. Here goes Hamlin. Right alongside Chase Elliott and grabs the lead of this race for the first time.
in a long while.
It's not over yet.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
This is as Elliott goes right around on the fence.
He squeezed
They're
him.
going side by side. Now he's just got to take this spot.
Oh my
Rip on back
gosh.
for the racetrack. Overdrive the entry. Slide up in front of the 9 car.
I thought they were going to end up in the fence there.
Chase Elliott not having it.
8 to go. What a fight for the lead. Keep fighting is the appropriate phrase. These two guys are putting on quite the display. Hamlin led for 7 today. Elliott has led for 64, a race lead high.
Big run for the 11. That high entrance allowed him to turn down the middle. He has momentum down the backstretch. The last time he did this into 3, he entered high. Let's see if he goes to the bottom. Does not.
And this is where Chase Elliott said, I'm okay, I'm comfortable. I'll fight you up here and regain the lead of the race. But Hamlin's in a different position this time. He didn't overdrive the middle this time. He's trying to stay right on the corner panel. Pull down at the 11. Turns down. This is the slide. Now he's going to come up in front of the 9. It took multiple laps, but Hamlin completes the pass.
Now run the top if you're Denny. Put it right against the wall. Don't let the 9 have any air. Make him run down the racetrack.
There's quite a few lappers up there.
That's
Really
good
well
racing.
done. Really well done.
Now the 9 hits
He has to look in his mirror as Bell and Reddick appear. And Hamlin has to navigate the traffic in front with 5 to go. Final 5 laps of stage 2 here in the Straight Talk 400. Lots of traffic up ahead for Denny Hamlin to negotiate, while keeping a watchful eye on Chase Elliott.
Yeah, this stage win is not over because you mentioned all that lap traffic, and most of them are running the lane that Denny Hamlin wants to run in right against the wall in 3 and 4.
Eric Jones, Corey LaJoy. Daniel Hemrick's been able to leapfrog both those guys. Then John Hunter Nemechek's the next one further up the track. Here goes Hamlin on Jones first. 4 to go. 1 done. Corey LaJoy's the next on his list.
This end of the racetrack is a more difficult. But without Chase Elliott right on the rear bumper, it allows Denny Hamlin some patience. He doesn't have to push the issue right here. He can just stay close to the car in front of him and then make the pass down to 1 and 2. That's
Oh,
right there's the
whoa,
experience
whoa.
of Denny Hamlin.
The battle has heated up for 2nd and 3rd, though. Bell got to the rear bumper of the 9 that allowed Reddick to pop out. Bell doesn't now know if he's playing offense or defense. Reddick is hoping he can get both of them in the last 3 laps. Bell will be trying to get the 9. Look how close. Man who's won the last 3 stage 1s in a row. Meanwhile, up top box, Denny Hamlin gets by Corey LaJoy, who's coming off his best result for Rick Ware Racing in Las Vegas of a top 15. That was a nice one for him. Look at these 3 fight it out. 2 to go for Hamlin. Who's going to win this individual fight here for 2nd? Big wiggle out of the 20. He's able to stay in the gas, though. I like the 45. He commits to the top. This is going to all be about corner exit speed for the 45.
That 9 car is loose. Chase Elliott has his hands full. He is doing a really good job holding these guys off.
Reddick's not done with yet. Look at the 45 down low. Hamlin is within 1.5 miles of a stage win. The first in 12 races for him. Coming at the most appropriate time.
And remember, Denny Hamlin pushing hard to get this lead. Some of that has to do with the lack of confidence in that pit crew. They have had a very difficult time in the playoffs. You want to be as far forward as you can coming on the pit road in case your guys don't have a great stop.
This is a good fight for 2nd. There is nobody close to Hamlin for the win of the stage. Denny, you may be surprised that you're still in the playoffs, but now you've helped your position even more. Hamlin wins stage 2 here in Miami.
And Reddick getting trapped on the bottom cost him the position with Bell.
Bell was able to beat him to the line with the momentum. Super valuable points going the way of the Joe Gibbs Racing number 11, Denny Hamlin. 7th stage win of the year, but maybe his most important one. That was huge. He had to come back from some 7 seconds behind Chase Elliott to get that, catch him and pass him and head on out and get the stage win in a straight talk 400.
All right, so Denny Hamlin, our Stage 2 winner here today at Homestead after leading just 14 laps in the race to this point. We'll see what Stage 3 will bring. Chase Elliott leads for 66 now, is eclipsed at this point in the race the most laps led as he ends up second at Stage 2. Christopher Bell third by a nose over Tyler Reddick in fourth, and then Ryan Blaney held on for fifth over Carson Hocevar. Actually, Hocevar fell to eighth. Didn't even realize that. William Byron moves up to sixth place behind Blaney instead. Martin Truex Jr. 7th, then Carson Hocevar 8th, Ryan Preece 9th, and AJ Allmendinger is up to 10th. Don't forget about AJ. Back-to-back top 5s at this racetrack. He started 32nd today and is all the way up to 10th place now, so he may have a shot at getting a good finish out of this thing here today, too. That's definitely somebody quietly to look out for as we continue on into the final stage of the race. 102 laps to go in the Straight Talk Wireless 400 at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. And as we have eclipsed the end of Stage 2, we will end the chat poll. I'll leave the chat poll open for now until we get closer to the race start, because we have a tie on our leaderboard with Larson winning and other at 33%. So I just want to see if that tie ends up getting broken. So we'll do our diecast showing now that we're at the end of Stage 2. And today's diecast showing, because it's Homestead-Miami Speedway, I figured I'd show a car that won the championship at Homestead-Miami Speedway back in 2004. It's Kurt Busch. It's his 97 car from his Roush Fenway Racing days. Irwin Tools paint scheme, 2004 champion. You can see the logo, the 2004 champ on there. So the inaugural Nextel Cup Series season of the NASCAR Cup Series. Of course, what is now known as Ford Taurus. So this is our diecast showing for today's race. The blue and yellow colors. I love them. Michigan Wolverines. They beat Michigan State last night. A lot closer than the game needed to be, but hey, they still won. The old Paul Bunyan trophy. This is a clean car, though, by the way. This and then even the Jamie McMurray 26 car with the Irwin Tools paint scheme, I always really liked it. Christopher Bell had an Irwin Tools scheme over the last several years. He hasn't ran it in a couple seasons now, but yeah, the Irwin Tools scheme's really solid, in my personal opinion. All right, we'll be getting to pit stops here shortly. Well, we're up to 95 votes, and now it's still tied, 34% both ways. Yeah, I'll wait until we get these pit stops in before I change the poll, but that's our diecast showing for today. Pit road should be open this time by Hamlin, Elliott, Bell, Reddick, and the rest of the field will be headed down.
Big time Kim Coon in the championship playoffs picture.
Yeah, and for that blue and gold Napa 9 card of Chase Elliott, you see top left. He said, the car's still okay. The first thing that goes is my front end, but it's better than the run before. He said, I don't want to free it up and take the back end out of the racetrack. No changes on that, just tires and fuel, Marty.
Christopher Bell, 14 or 13 stage points today, the fourth most. The long run so strong for this team. He's pretty happy with it. Proving game in spot today.
Reddick said that was better balance-wise of the 45 car that time for stage winner Denny Hamlin. Rear on the exit, still no tight center. And on the long run, a little snappy on exit. He'll be a little snappy after this. He lost the lead there, Lee.
Yeah, Elliott wins the race off pit road, gaining a spot. Bell gains a spot to second. Hamlin falls 2 spots down to third. Ryan Blaney and Tyler Reddick swap positions. Blaney now in fourth, Reddick in fifth. So top 5, a little bit of movement on pit road as we are getting into the final stage of today's race at the Homestead-Miami Speedway, our second race of the round of 8 of the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. We'll take a quick break and get you to the finish of this race. We're currently up to 46 likes on the stream. Our goal is to get to 100. Not quite halfway there. So Elliott back out in front again. He has led the most laps despite not winning either of these first two stages so far today. I do believe all of those laps were led in stage one, except for the couple now under caution. Masterful job on the restart so far out of Chase as well. Getting himself positions. I don't think he's really lost spots at any of the restarts we've seen. Stage 2 went caution-free. Stage 1 had 2 yellows for incident, lap 1 and then just before lap 50. John Barber, thanks for tuning in. Ray Sparky 388, thanks for tuning in also. He's saying Hamlin for the win. See what the chat poll says. Still tied. 96 votes. So we're getting to the end of stage 2 here, so or beginning of stage 3, so we will end it. Chat poll tied at 33% between Kyle Larson and other, 17% taking Denny Hamlin despite winning stage 2, and Reddick, our stage 1 winner, at 15% of the votes after finishing 4th in stage 2. He is now 5th after he lost a spot in pit road. Hamlin loses 2 spots back to 3rd. Chase Elliott falls underneath the other category. He leads now. So at 33%, and Larson, no stage points after that flat right rear tire back in the middle going of stage 1. Did get up inside the top 15 before the end of stage 2. Larson is currently in 11th, so just kind of quietly there. No stage points going to hurt him on the point side of things, but he's creeping. He is creeping. Larson is just willing that race car towards the front of the field, and we still got almost 100 laps to go, so like I mentioned, anything can happen. Priest still moving up. Yeah, Priest in 9th. I thought he was like that on pit strategy earlier, and then I realized like 30 laps went by and he was still in 9th. I'm like, oh, he's actually there on speed. Started 35th. Great race by Priest. AJ Allmendinger was 10th at the end of stage 2. He dropped 2 spots on pit road. He's now in 12th as we are getting ready for this next restart. And again, with the stage yellow, this is our 3rd caution of the race so far today. 4th caution, excuse me. 4th caution of the race so far today. 2 for incident, 2 stage breaks. Again, both of them in stage 1. Stage winners are 3rd and 5th. Reddick, stage 1 winner, 5th. Hamlin, 3rd. Stage 2 winner there moments ago. Said the Toyotas were going to be tough to beat today. I took Reddick for the win. You got 3 Toyotas still up in those top 5 positions, and all 3 of those drivers have been up in the top 10 all day. Hamlin was in the top 5 at the very beginning of the race. Then by the end of stage 1, he was in the back half of the top 10, but obviously rocketed forward on that pit strategy there in stage 2. He was the last of the lead lap cars to pit. Of those lead lap cars that finished up in the top 10 at least. So staying out just a little bit longer seemed to help. We'll see how many more drivers maybe do that this time. Blaney, who was the first to pit road, really only net lost 1 position. So it didn't hurt him that badly. He was able to lead a handful of laps before starting to fall back through the top 5 a bit. But he came to pit road first because he had gotten into the wall the lap before and didn't want to risk having a flat tire. So we'll see if the speed's okay in that car. The only 2 playoff drivers not to get stage points at all today, Larson and Logano. Logano currently 21st. Again, Larson 11th. Larson with the flat tire back in stage 1, so that took him out of stage points. He was running in 2nd place when he had that flat right rear, by the way, as well. Just behind Chase Elliott at the time, who had cycled to the lead through the green flag stops. Then that next restart is when Reddick retook the lead. Reddick won stage 1 by 4 seconds. Though since the restart to begin stage 2, we have not seen Reddick back in the lead since. He's going to be outside row 3 on the restart this time around. Here we go now. Green flag is going to be back in the air at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Elliott on the inside of row 1. Bell on the outside. Blaney pushes Elliott. Hamlin was pushing Bell. Reddick trying to get to the outside of Hamlin. Hamlin goes up to block him. Bell with the outside lane trying to pull clear off turn 2. Chase Elliott tightly to him. Basic maneuver there in the middle of the pack. Car still 2, 3 wide. 9 and the 20 battling for the lead at the front of the field. Battle for third between the 12 and the 11. The 12 on the inside of the 11 of Hamlin. Hamlin riding the wall all the way through the corner. Elliott and Bell still door to door. Denny Hamlin clear of Blaney before entering turn 1. And Blaney dove right back down on that white line on the bottom of the track. Great corner by Ryan Blaney. He's going to clear Denny Hamlin. And he actually gets alongside the 20 of Christopher Bell as well. Elliott's car still bottoming out with the lower air pressure at the very front of the field. Bell into the middle. Blaney rides the white line on the bottom. Elliott near the wall on the top. And Blaney is now clear on Bell. What a restart by the 12. He's been really good on the long run today, but maybe not on the short run. This is the best short run that the 12 has been on so far in this race. As he goes for the lead through 1 and 2. Wiggled just a bit on the bottom groove, but clear on corner exit. First time since the green flag stops of stage 2. And Ryan Blaney is back in the lead. Elliott drives it in really deep in that outside lane, trying to beat the 12 to the outer lane, but Blaney holds on again, even in the middle line. The question now is maybe they have made adjustments to make his car better on the short run. Will he then suffer on the long run? Or will he continue to have the long run pace he had earlier in the race? 1 spot gained through the pit stops for the 12. He restarted 4th, which actually would have been inside of row 2, because he was the car that was actually pushing Elliott on the bottom when they initially went through the restart zone. And now those are the two battling for the lead. Elliott again back to the inside of the 12. We've seen some great racing since that Hamlin and Elliott battle with about 20 to go in stage 2. It lingers on to begin stage 3. Blaney gets to the lead for a lap or 2. Elliott with the slingshot move in 1 and 2. He's clear. Blaney with a crossover. And they're side by side for the lead down the back straightaway now. And Elliott runs off the wall. Blaney going to side draft him before entering turn 3. Elliott back to the top. Blaney right back to roll in the bottom. On the white line, the 12 wiggles. The 9, momentum. They meet in the middle. Blaney can't stay on the inside. And Elliott is back out in front again with Bell in 3rd. And Byron putting a fight for 4th on Denny Hamlin, who might be conserving his tires a little further back. Definitely one of the greater drivers at being able to do so. That's why he's so good at tracks like Darlington and Richmond, and here he is today. Homestead, he won a stage, he's led some laps. Still up in the top 5. With a win to try to get him into the championship 4, as he still is in his quest for his first career championship. Elliott Blaney tightly nose to tail. Reddick is back in there battling Byron for 5th. Byron got around him a couple laps ago. Reddick is going to get back by the 24. I think Byron had a big problem in 1 and 2. He lifted quite a bit. Front of the field, we got another battle for the lead again. It's not done. 12 back to the inside on the back straightaway. Had the positioning on him entering turn 1. Must have ran the top line of the track and had better speed off turn 2. But he can't complete the pass in 3 and 4. And Elliott again just rolling the top side well. It continues to lead. I thought he was just going to kind of consistently stay in front of him, but Blaney got around him once and he just couldn't pull away. 2 laps later, Elliott took the lead. And now a couple laps after the fact, here's Blaney trying to take the lead right back. Hamlin continues to lose positions on this restart. Hocevar has actually jumped up into the top 5, and don't look now, but here comes Kyle Larson. Where did he come from? I mean, he restarted 11th just quietly back there, and Larson is now in the back bumper of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin gets back by Hocevar after Carson cleared him the lap before for 5th, so Hamlin's now in 5th. Larson around the outside of Hocevar for 6th. Huge run on Hamlin. It looks like he's got fresher tires than everybody, but they all pitted at the same lap. blistering speed out of the 5 of Larson as he's inside of Hamlin for 4th place. Trying to get all he can on the restart. Underneath the 11 car, couldn't complete the pass though. Now he'll go to the top lane of the racetrack through turns 1 and 2. The 11 to the bottom. Hocevar in the 77 ran the bottom, trying to take Larson's line away. Couldn't. He'll lose ground on the 5 now off the exit of turn 2. And we'll see if Larson tries the dive bomb again in 3 and 4. Nope. Goes to the middle. I think he wanted the top, but Hamlin took that line away from him at the last second. Larson slides the rear tires, get up off of 4, and Hamlin's going to finally gap him just a bit. Half a second lead now between Elliott and Blaney at the front of the field. Ooh, Larson, I think he might have messed his entry up into turn 1 a little bit. He lost a lot of ground on Hamlin. Hocevar almost got around him. The fact that he's back up in 6th place is just unbelievable. So Chase Elliott leading this race and Larson rallying back into the 6th place position. If the running order you see on the screen right now continues on to the finish of the race, Larson will be 2 points to the good over William Byron for that 4th and final playoff spot. Then you got Christopher Bell's about plus 24, 25 points or so as Byron is battling with Carson Hocevar for 6th. And if he gets around him, then that means we have 6 playoff drivers up in the top 7 positions. And the only non-playoff driver, or playoff driver that isn't in those top 8, is Joey Logano, who's already in the championship 4 and won a week ago. Blaney fell a half a second back a few laps ago on Elliott. Elliott surprisingly gave him the outside through 1 and 2. He ran the middle. Blaney gets a good run at him down the back straightaway. Now cuts to the middle groove of the racetrack through 3 and 4. About a lane or 2 off the wall to catch the clean air in the nose. Elliott right back to the top. And Elliott gaps him back on the front stretch. Although overall that last lap, I do believe Blaney was quicker. Now Blaney back to the outside through 1 and 2. So it's kind of interesting. Chase Elliott does not want to run the top anymore, these last couple laps at least, through turns 1 and 2. His car's not handling well on that area of the racetrack, whatever it may be. And with 82 laps to go, we'll go through the full field running order now with Chase Elliott leading the race. Ryan Blaney right there in 2nd. Christopher Bell is 2nd and a half back in 3rd. Tyler Reddick 1.9 seconds off the lead at 4th. And Kyle Larson. And it's the 7 again. Another spin for Justin Haley. Caution flag is out with about 84 laps to go. And this will lead us into some more pit stops under caution. I would imagine the whole field is easily going to come onto pit road here. No gambles are probably going to be made. This is pretty standard practices at this point that we have gone almost 20 laps into this green flag run. I think all these teams are going to want those new tires. Second spin of the day for Haley. Was off the front bumper into turn 3 on Stenhouse earlier. We'll see what it was here. He was running the outside, getting into the... He got hit from behind this time. This time it was not Haley's fault. It looked like Ty Gibbs was maybe behind him. I think it was Ty Gibbs in the 54. Got into the back bumper of Haley going off into turn 3. Haley spins down the track. Another harmless spin for the 7 to the bottom of the track in turn 3. Still no major damage on that car despite 2 spins today. Ty Gibbs has been off in this race, by the way. All the Toyotas have been looking strong all week. He's been outside the top 20 all day. Currently 31st. One of the worst races that Gibbs has had so far this season. Well, the 11 team lost 2 spots, during the last pit stop, and he is back at 5th now. Didn't get that long run that he would have liked to have had during that run, so we'll see what will happen here if he can maybe get some of those spots back on either the restart or this next pit sequence.
Stops up their caution here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Top left, Chase Elliott says he's just tight to fire up, but does not want to take the back end down the race car. So just a little bit of air pressure adjustment on those Goodyear tires, Marty.
Ryan Blaney's team has gained him a collective 4 spots on pit road. Let's see if they can do it here. He said he was suggested really good. In fact, Christopher Bell said he just needs a little bit more turn, Dave.
No changes on the 45 except hitting fresh tires and fuel. Can he gain positions on pit road? Does not appear so. He stays the same.
Blaney got the edge on Elliott off pit road. Bell, Reddick, Larson stay the same. Hocevar grab 2. And the reason why we are under caution, watch this. Ty Gibbs, Justin Haley. And there it goes. Haley for the second time in this race. Spinning down into turn 3. Got a little help that time though.
Poor Justin Haley. Maybe the 7 car is just cursed. Maybe it doesn't matter who's in that car. The other team, Spire Motorsport cars seem to be running well, but a 7 car just tough luck. First time it was on Haley on lap 1, which really stinks because he was in the top 10 early. And you don't know if maybe the diffuser could have had some potential damage because he did spin down on to the apron from off the banking earlier in the race. Did it again here. Haven't really seen him at all. I mean, considering Gibbs was in 31st, I would imagine that Haley was probably right around there in the running order as well. Waiting for our leaderboard to update. Unless Kyle Busch stayed out of the pits. No, he definitely didn't because Gillen is 6. So Ryan Blaney won the race off pit road. He will be the leader for the 3rd different time today. He wasn't great on the restarts up until that last one. By far his best of the race. Now from the lead, we'll see if he can get a good enough launch and try to find himself back in front of the field yet again. For those of you that don't know, obviously with the hat and the shirt, I am a Ryan Blaney fan. I keep my opinions unbiased, at least when it comes to these live race, streams, and even when I'm just talking NASCAR in general. But it would be cool for me to see Blaney in the championship 4 again, trying to go for back-to-back titles. I was already there. If he had Blaney in after this race, and they don't have to even worry about Martinsville, and they've already won the last 2 championships at Phoenix, that's going to be tough. They've won the championship at Phoenix the last 2 years with 1 car in the championship for 2 of them. I think the odds might be stacked against the rest of the field. Blaney finishing 2nd in that said Phoenix race each of the last 2 seasons. Didn't have to win the race to win the title last year. And Logano, the race winner in 2022 that season. So again, working under caution at the moment. Top 5 on the restart. Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick, and Kyle Larson. Larson cycles up the 5th, just quietly up there. Look out for Kyle Larson. He went from 6th to nearly 5th, 6th place or so, give or take, on that last restart, battling Hamlin back and forth. Hamlin loses 2 more spots in the pits, by the way. Falls from 5th to 7th.
For that collision between Ty Gibbs and Justin Haley. Let's talk more about this Monster 54 with Kim Coon. Kimmy?
Well, yeah, before that issue, there was a bigger issue for Ty Gibbs. He had the gearbox problem. At first, he had no gears at all. Then he said he was stuck in 5th. They told him, don't shift and do any more damage to what's already in there. Now they've determined he's just missing 4th gear, so he's having to go 2, 3 to 5.
Yeah, that wasn't exactly a pretty sound.
Yeah. So the guys behind him, the spotters need to be communicating, hey, he has no 4th gear. He's going to have to go from 3rd gear to 5th, so he's not going to accelerate well down this front straightaway. And now with only 76 to go and they drop the green flag, Steve, track position matters more and more as this race wears down.
Traveler Whiskey, thank you very much for bringing us this extended aerial coverage of the race today, the Straight Talk 400. This has been a representation of the quality and the caliber of playoff racing you hoped for and we hoped for. Back to racing. Ryan Blaney grabbed a spot, gained a position on pit road, on that race off pit road, and he leads. But Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott, and Kyle Larson, yes, Kyle Larson from 35th is now pushing his way into the top three. This is going to be one of the stories of this race today when the checkered flag falls. Blaney, Elliott, Bell, Reddick, Larson, William Byron, and Denny Hamlin. The only playoff driver that is not in this mix is the guy who's already got a ticket to Phoenix, Joey Logano. He's further back in the pack, but it doesn't matter. There's no stress. There's no pressure. It's all to play for here up front.
Look at all the different options. Front two guys right on the bottom of the racetrack. Third and fourth in the middle. Reddick trying to get on the outside. But William Byron here.
It's a close call, we understand, between Corey LaJoie and Ty Gibbs as Justin Haley went whipping on by. Let's have a look at what went down between these guys.
Oh,
Whoa.
Wow.
Todd Gilliland, good job to avoid the 54 of Ty Gibbs as well. And this may be the end of the day for the 54. We will see.
About Christopher Bell taking the battle to Blaney. Dominating race car last week. Did not get the win. So disappointed. In position again to win back-to-back weeks.
And back-to-back races. He's the defending race winner here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, Christopher Bell. That green Toyota. Meanwhile, Reddick and Larson going at it.
That move by Larson, he kind of checked up the ring at the bottom to try to plot the 45. It was quite the move.
And here comes his teammate to give him a little shove. William Byron joins the picture. Hamlin up high, Hocevar down low.
With the 11 of Hamlin, I think he just needs this thing to run green to have a real chance. His car seems to get better the longer they run, but time is lost right at the beginning of these races, or these runs.
You lose a few spots on pit road. You lose a few spots on restarts. All of a sudden you're running seventh.
And if you look in that bottom box, in the background, you will eventually see AJ Allmendinger join the picture. The Dinger, who was already locked into the NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship 4, has raced his way from 32nd position on the grid into the top 10. What a run from AJ.
And to your point, Steve, this is when this 11 car needs to light off. It needs to get going. He's got to get some track position. It's the time of the run where his car has been the best.
Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney has just a little bit over half a second advantage over Chase Elliott. And that's this group. That is racing fiercely. Bell's got a buffer back to Larson and Byron and Reddick.
The lines through 1 and 2 this weekend has been more unorthodox than any race I've ever seen. The 45 just did a 3-lane swap in the middle of the corner. I don't ever remember seeing that here.
And we came here thinking everybody's going to be right against the wall, and we've seen them everywhere.
Reddick pushes his way on the low side of William Byron. Can he clear it? Not yet. They're side by side.
Watch this move down here, though. Tyler Reddick with forward momentum into 3. Watch this. He is going to drive it way down in the corner. Watch what he does on corner exit. Just hooks the line. Now he's going to slide up in front.
It's a lovely job. William Byron doesn't want anything of it. Byron says, I'll see that, and I'll try and play you back.
The goal here is just for Reddick to be able to stay alongside of him. If he does, you'll have the preferred spot and should make the pass. There you go.
200 down, 67 laps left. Here in the Straight Talk 400 Homestead-Miami Speedway. Second race in the round of 8. Tyler Reddick won stage 1. Denny Hamlin had a much-needed stage win in stage 2. But who's going to get the all-important victory and lock themselves in to Phoenix? Can you imagine if Kyle Larson could come back from 35th and win this race?
That'd be
Well,
insane.
it's 1.7 seconds from race leader Blaney to Larson in 4th.
He's up to
Yeah, just an
third.
unbelievable comeback.
He's going for second.
His entire 5 teammates. He gets another spot here, passing his teammate or trying to chase Elliott for the second position. And with the game on the line, it's a new game right now for Kyle Larson. But Jeff, my question is, take me behind the wheel. Larson has spent the majority of his race racing 20th on down. How different is the game for Larson behind the wheel now when he's in the top 5?
Oh, the car drives so much better at the front of this pack. It is even with, we talked about the car maybe having damage. You get back in the pack and the car drives like it has damage, and now he's up front. And it may not be perfect, but it is way better than it was when he was back there running 25th.
Let's have a look at some key numbers. Progressive telemetry will bring it to you. Look to the bottom left here. Continually chipping away on Chase Elliott.
Can't complete the pass.
So right against the wall, inches away from it. There's such an art to that. It is feel. It's the use of your pedals, steering wheel, and it's all based on what you're feeling. The seeing part of it is real, and it is, you're looking to the wall off the right side, but you can feel the car close to the wall. As the car gets closer, the air actually stacks in there, and it creates a little bit of a buffer. And the best drivers can feel that.
And you may have noticed on that progressive telemetry that he ended turn 1 at 180 miles an hour while glued to the fence. Let's talk more about Chase Elliott, Kim.
Yeah, remember?
He's not a slide here, and he's not a teammate right now.
So you heard it, Trey Poole telling him he is not a teammate right now. So basically, it just looks like a win here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
Every driver for themselves, as it should be. At this point in the season, I understand we saw Blaney and Logano work together a week ago when one was out of the race. But when you're running for a position inside the top 5, it needs to be every driver for his team. And I don't mean Hendrick. I mean the 5 car or the 9 car. You have a group of men and women that work on your car that you have to go look in the face after your performance and your sponsors, and you want to get it done. And we are edging ever so close to getting in the neighborhood of some stops starting to happen soon. Who's going to play it differently? Who'll play the lead follow? Have a look at that. 27 lead changes today. A track record. It has been quite the race. That's what the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs are all about.
Ryan Blaney leads the way with about 60 laps to go, exactly 60 laps to go here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. He's got a 1.6 second lead built up now over Chase Elliott. Everybody still has to pit one more time in this race for fuel purposes. We last restarted with a little less than 80 laps to go. So with Blaney out in front, again, Chase Elliott is in second, 1.6 seconds back, as I mentioned. The gap back to third, 2.2 seconds to Kyle Larson. Christopher Bell, 2.7 seconds back in fourth now, and Tyler Reddick in fifth is 3.1 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin, 3.9 seconds back at sixth. William Byron in seventh, 4.9 seconds off the lead. 5.5 seconds back for Alex Bowman in eighth. Carson Hocevar still hanging out in the top 10 in ninth. He is 6.7 seconds back, and AJ Allmendinger back in the top 10 in 10th, 7.3 seconds off leader Blaney. So that is the running order, the intervals between them at the very top of the field. And total race stats outside of that are average race speed 127.51 miles per hour, a little under 2.5 hours from the drop of the green flag to where we are right now in the late going. Ryan Blaney has now led for 29 laps total. Make that 30. Just led that last lap. 30 laps led for him. He's led 5 different times. Chase Elliott, 81 laps combined led between the 6 times he has led in the race. He's led the most different times in the race. Larson's led just 1 lap, but he's up there, as I mentioned, in third. 3 laps led for the 4th place driver, Christopher Bell. Reddick, who won Stage 1, has led for 63 laps. Stage 2 winner, Denny Hamlin, led 16. Lost the lead on the pit stops to begin Stage 2, though he has since fallen on the last couple restarts as well, back to 6th. During green flag pit stops earlier, Brad Keselowski led 6 laps. Kyle Busch led for 5. 1 for Todd Gilliland and 1 for Justin Haley. 2 laps led for Bubba Wallace on a restart way back in Stage 1. He had gotten ahead of Chase Elliott and Tyler Reddick when older drivers on older tires had stayed out of the pits during a caution period. And then after that, Reddick took back the lead and went on to win Stage 1 by 4 seconds. They're back from the commercial break. And Elliott has trimmed into that lead just a bit. 1.3 seconds now the difference. 55 laps to go for Ryan Blaney. And I would expect a lot of these teams to split this final stage in half. Very high probability of that being the case. We'll see if anybody tries to run just a little bit longer. And I say that because Denny Hamlin was able to win Stage 2 by running a bit longer. He ran about a dozen laps or so longer than everybody else, and he was able to eat into the lead and get to the front of the field. He was initially in third when those green flag pit stops started, and he was only about a second off the lead. I'd imagine you'd have to be within a couple seconds of the leader to be able to make that work and still get to the lead, assuming it stays green to the end of the race. So I think where Elliott and Larson are at, borderline on Bell would be able to pull off that strategy. I think Hamlin's too far back to do that to get to the race win. I think if he did that, he could probably jump up into the top 3. As far as pitting early, Blaney pitted 3 laps before everybody else back in Stage 2 from a 2.5 second deficit. He net lost 1 position to the end of the stage. This is where being the race leader is maybe not the best spot to be in. Because if Chase Elliott pits just 1 lap before Ryan Blaney at a 1.37 second deficit, and if Blaney pits that next lap, he's going to more than likely lose the lead. So that is the gap that Elliott is trying to manage right now if he can't cut into the lead even more. He was another 10th quicker that last lap than the race leader. 2/10 quicker was Kyle Larson in third that last lap. Fastest lap of the day, for instance, for Blaney, a 32.612. On lap 174, the last lap he just ran was a 34.878. So 2.2 seconds slower than his fastest lap of the day. It's amazing how much more speed that the Cup cars get here at Homestead as well than an Xfinity or truck in the truck series. The fastest laps being in the 32s for the Cup race today. I think we saw like right around 30, high 33s, 34s as some of the quickest times in the Xfinity race yesterday. Older tires right now, these guys are running similar to the fastest times of the Xfinity race. Points as we stand, if Ryan Blaney were to win this race with him being out in front right now, he would join his teammate Joey Logano in the championship 4, and that would leave Christopher Bell, who is currently 4th at plus 23 points above the cut line. Plus 4 for Kyle Larson if he ends up finishing 3rd. Minus 4 for William Byron, who is currently in the 7th slot. Tyler Reddick minus 23 while currently sitting in 5th. Denny Hamlin minus 24, and Chase Elliott minus 43. Brad Keselowski with 50 laps to go, the first to pit.
I know he's faster, for his strategy, Steve, better on long runs, but he's so far back, and he can't trust his pit crew to have the pit stop he needs.
Tim?
And here's the 23 of Bubba Wallace, the front end not doing what he wants. He also said, he said, Dave.
Keselowski on pit road for tires and fuels. The quick spiritual practice where they unloaded poorly, according to Quincy Call. Made a lot of distance. Big swing for today. It's been a much better race than it was practice when it qualified. Keselowski.
Little too early for a lot of those playoff drivers at the very front of the field to take the gamble and hit pit road right now. Very slow stop for Kyle Busch in that 8 team. Unfortunately, I just saw that. 13.6 seconds on pit road. So he may lose some track position based on wherever he was running before. Byron will be the first playoff driver into the pits from 7th. He was 6.3 seconds off the race lead from Ryan Blaney before entering the pits.
And to think that Williams started 25th. He has been running in the front pack the majority of the day. It's been quite the day. Same for race leader Ryan Blaney from 20th to lead. Here we go. Action on pit road. The teammates. It's Elliott ahead of Larson. Here they come, Kimmy.
Remember, Chase Elliott was on his next entertaining teammates. Don't give him any grace. It's only 1 point.
Most of these other sports cars consider to nature and first the first playoff driver gets on the pit road. Larson with no complaints during that run. They get here with 47 laps to go. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney barely gets on pit road, a little bit free there coming on the pit road. Blaney said, I need just a little bit of help, just some more real security. He said the car is terrific. Meanwhile, Christopher Bell, so down pit road. He said, I felt like it. Rounds of Oliver. Suffer, he said, for here, he said,
The 20 team had 2 incredible stops earlier today. So the question now is up.
9.4 second stop for Ryan Blaney. Let's see what Elliott and Larson had. 9.7 for Elliott, 9.4 also for Larson. So Elliott had the slowest stop of the 3. He's still out in front of the 5. And by pitting 1 lap earlier, it'll be Chase Elliott taking the race lead away from the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Larson will get to 2nd, and there's the advantage of pitting just 1 lap earlier. Although Blaney getting to speed on the bottom of the track right now may still stay ahead of Larson, and does. 44 laps to go. Tyler Reddick still leads. The Toyotas have not hit pit road of Reddick and Hamlin yet. Looking to do the same strategy they pulled back in stage 2 of staying out as long as they could. Blaney to the outside of the racetrack, but not all the way near the wall. Elliott runs the very middle line, and Larson rim rides the top. This would be the race for the win/race lead once everything cycles through. Blaney to the bottom of the racetrack under Chase Elliott. 1 lap fresher tires, maybe an advantage at the moment. Clear high off turn 4 for Blaney, despite not cycling out in front of Chase. He's able to get in front of him there. Obviously, these tires will even out after a couple more laps, but taking the advantage there initially with just that 1 lap fresher tires, and Blaney rockets forward through 1 and 2. Pulls way ahead of the 9. And now that he's got the gap over the 9 car by almost a half a second already, time to manage those tires as we still have a long haul to the finish. This run to the checkered flag, if it stays green to the end of the race, is going to be a lot shorter, or longer, I should say, than the run to get to the green flag pit stops from when we last restarted with a little less than 70 to go. Very high probability that Reddick and Hamlin are going to take this to halfway through the 3 laps. It looks like another 2 to 3 laps, I would imagine. We'll probably see Hamlin and Reddick down onto pit road. Alex Bowman, who was in the back half of the top 10, about 9th, 10th place, also on the same strategy. Blaney is currently scored in 11th after pitting 4 laps ago. Reddick through Cindric in 10th are the only drivers that still have to make their final stop. Christopher Bell, William Byron on track. They are now battling for what is 14th, would be 4th when everything cycles through. And Bell completes the pass after losing time. As a result of that, and Byron pitting a couple laps before everybody else, Byron cycled in front of the 20 initially. Bell got back around him. Slow car on the racetrack, 44 of J.J. Yaley appears to have gotten against the outside wall. He is down on the access road, it looks like between turns 3 and 4. At least I'm hoping it's 3 and 4. We'll see if he gets to pit road. Gets up off the exit of the corner. No, that was turns 1 and 2. So he's going to have to go the whole way down the back straightaway as he's way down on the apron. Off the pace. Will the 44 car get to pit road? All tires are up enough on that race car. Maybe more of a toe link issue on Yaley's car after hitting the wall, as the tires seem to be somewhat okay. 39 laps left. We do stay green. No caution. For everybody that already pitted, they definitely need this to stay green long enough to at least cycle through these pit stops. Otherwise, they're going to be pinned backwards in the field. Yaley does make it onto pit road. And again, no debris, so we do stay green. Hamlin to the bottom of the track, entering turn 3. He will be pitting this time with 38 laps to go. Reddick in front of him stays on the track. Hamlin pitting a lap before Reddick. He may cycle in front of him. Here's Denny.
If the 11 team is going to deliver, now is the time. This could be Denny Hamlin playoff hopes here in Miami.
David worked in stage 2. Let's see how it's going to work here in the third stage.
Same strategy. They had coached today a little bit today on getting into his box exactly where they needed him to be. So that's on the driver as well. Let's see if he does it here solidly into his pit stall. Does not skid the tires. What kind of a time will this be for him? As people continue to fit here, Tyler Reddick continues to play out this long fuel strategy here. For Hamlin, he's gone now.
The problem for Hamlin is he was about 7 seconds back.
Yeah.
This worked before. Ryan Blaney is already on the backstretch. So he is going to...
Yeah, over half a lap back is going to be Denny Hamlin by the time he gets up to speed, as he's on the excess road between 1 and 2. Ryan Blaney is already just now getting his way off of turn 4. Reddick is still out on the track and has not hit pit road yet, so how long is he going to go? Blaney has cycled up to second for the moment. Nemechek pits now. So with Reddick still on the track, he's got a 22-second lead over Ryan Blaney. I wonder what the call is here for the 45 team. How much longer are they going to go before they pit? Because the 11's definitely going to be out in front of them. He had about a second advantage over Hamlin before Hamlin pit. We don't know the gap interval-wise between Hamlin and Blaney, and that is because Hamlin has scored a lap down right now. That last lap, though, for instance, Hamlin ran a 33.553 to Blaney's 34.0, so only a half a second quicker for Denny Hamlin. That doesn't seem like a big enough gap to me. And again, he was 7 seconds off the race lead when he first pitted. Now Hamlin's back on the lead lap with 35 to go. He just unlapped himself, passing Tyler Reddick. Keselowski going to do the same just behind him. 8 cars are now on the lead lap in the late going of this race. Who can manage their tires again to the end? Ryan Blaney, showing that blistering short run speed as he did earlier, has almost a 2-second advantage over Chase Elliott. Can he keep an advantage like that to the end of the race is the next question. And will we stay green as well to the end of the race? Long green flag runs to end the Truck and Xfinity Series races yesterday afternoon. Truck race just over a 50-lap green flag run to the checker, and the Xfinity race ended up going around the same length, roughly about 70 laps. This one a little more than 75 if it goes green to the end. So very carbon copy of what we've seen so far this weekend. Not many cautions for incidents scattered throughout the course of the race. We've had just 5 today. 1 in stage 1. I should say 2 of them in stage 1, and then 1 here in stage 3. The 2 stage ends at lap 81.65. Lap 186 caution with Ty Gibbs and Justin Haley. Haley spinning off the front of the 47 back on lap 1. And the lap 47 yellow was Larson with the right rear tire failure and the carcass of the tire coming off. which is what warranted the caution at that time. The only thing I'm thinking of, does Tyler Reddick try to make it on fuel to the end of the race? Are they going to try to push the fuel window? That's the only thing I can think of as to why he's still out on the racetrack. We have 32 laps to go, and he's 17 seconds still ahead of Blaney. That last lap, Blaney was 1.2 seconds faster than Tyler Reddick. The lap time between Hamlin and Blaney, Blaney and Elliott, the lap time differential between them, Elliott was about a tenth quicker. Fastest car on the racetrack that last lap in the top 5 between Reddick all the way down through Bell was Kyle Larson. He was a couple tenths quicker than Elliott and Blaney. He's a half a second off of Elliott right now in the battle for third. And now he's within a couple tenths again. Kyle Larson quicker than the 9 and the 12. Elliott and Larson pitted at the exact same lap. Blaney pitted 1 lap after both of them. And you know, the weird thing about this is I've seen races, and this kind of reminds me of the Atlanta race in 2019, the summer race, low grip racetrack, old Atlanta, where Kyle Larson was dominating, leading a bunch of laps. Ryan Blaney just managed his tires better. Larson's car fell off, came from a big deficit to win. And I almost kind of see the same thing here with Blaney leading this time and Larson the one that is trying to close. Will these lap times hold up as Larson looks to have gotten around Chase Elliott during the commercial break? Elliott's fading. I don't know if they went the wrong way with an adjustment. That last lap, he was 2 tenths slower than Blaney. And Larson has cut his deficit to the 12 car down to a second and a half. 28 laps to go this time by. Reddick is still 14 seconds ahead of the 12. 13 and a half now at the line. Run the top of the racetrack as he tries to manage his fuel.
Cycle. Behind Reddick, we have Ryan Blaney, who's out here. He's on 20-lap tires. He's trying to run as fast as he can run while keeping the lead, because behind him is Larson and Bell. So for Blaney, this is all about running fast enough to hold off new tires. It's a race with Larson behind him, Jeff.
The problem is Blaney's in the middle of all this traffic. So he is on old tires. He's going to go slower already, but Hamlin in completely clean air. He is laying lap time down. He is way faster, almost a second faster lap, because Blaney is stuck in the middle of all this traffic.
So there's really 3 distinct plans. A caution helps the 45. Good clean track is trying to help the 12 of Blaney. And for the 11 of Hamlin, can 9-lap fresher tires run down all these cars for the lead?
Well, he's done it from 14 seconds down to 8 seconds is the gap now. This is very emblematic of last weekend.
And this is Hamlin's signature. I say it again. Darlington, they always run long. Richmond, they always run long. There's something about Denny's mentality. He loves to be the aggressor, the chaser, not the defender. He wants to go see the positions and go get them.
This Mavis Tire Toyota, Jeff, has been flying. Winner of the second stage. Can he catch these front guys?
And he is getting a ton of information. This is the problem Blaney has. He has been trying to get by Ross Chastain. Finally underneath him, he's got to make this pass, and behind him is Kyle Larson. If Blaney can get by the 51, and he does, that is a major move right there, because now he has a good quarter of a straightaway before the next guy. Good clean air is going to help his lap time.
And Larson's thinking, I don't know about Hamlin, and I don't know about Reddick, but I want to pass Blaney. I want to go up here and win the race if this is the correct pit strategy.
And if they start racing each other, they will get slower, and that will help Hamlin.
6.5 seconds from Blaney to Hamlin. The gap keeps coming down.
And in big chunks, Dip. Half a second, 1 second a lap. Let's see what this clean air lap is for Blaney. That'll tell the tale.
Let's not forget about this incredible comeback from Kyle Larson and the 5 team at Hendrick Motorsports. At one point in this race was 35th. He's now racing in third, kind of almost sort of second, depending on how things work out for Tyler Reddick.
Oh, he got against the wall.
A little issue there in the middle of the corner. I wasn't
Larson
sure,
did.
but it looks like he either slowed down or hit the wall, but he gave up a big chunk of time.
Yeah, Larson got against the wall.
All right, this is where Blaney's got to make lap time. Larson as well.
There you go.
Advise Blaney
same lap
time.
That's not going to work for Denny Hamlin. Doesn't have the pace in the Toyota with Blaney in clean air, Hamlin in clean air. So equal to equal, the map says no go for the 11 car.
Oh, this just happened to Denny Hamlin.
He get against the wall too?
Just looking for speed.
Yep.
Contact. That's why that lap time was down.
That's right. Risk versus reward. Guess what? If there's 3 more inches to take, now's the time to take it. Remember, Hamlin came in below the cut line, Dave. He's thinking this is a must-win.
Yeah, the math that he had to do has never
Oh,
worked out for
Bell.
someone this late in the year trying to make championship 4. So Chris Gabehart's crew chief.
We don't need a caution.
Driver took the lead into this week or next. Listen. Cracking the whip, trying to keep him encouraged, trying to keep him motivated, trying to get him in front of the scale.
And he's stabilized, Dave. It's down back to 6.5 seconds is the gap from Blaney to Hamlin.
Now Hamlin has the problem. He now has caught traffic. 51 car moving out of his way, being respectful, but see what he has to go through.
But will they fight him as hard as the leader? Normally not. Normally you fight the leader to stay on the lead lap. Hamlin's hope is that Larson and Blaney start duking it out up here side by side.
It's a good chance they will.
Yes, for sure. I love Chris Gabehart because he didn't tell Hamlin what to do or how to do it. He just stated a fact. We can waste no time. This is what has to happen.
All right, so let's look at lap times here. Blaney, a 34.50. Denny Hamlin coming across the line, 34.50. That is not enough lap time.
6 seconds. 6.2 seconds from Blaney to Hamlin. Meanwhile, when you look at the graphics for the overall running order, Tyler Reddick cannot make it on this load of gas. He will have to come to the pits in the next 21 laps unless a caution comes out.
So there you go. On the bottom right of your screen, the 45 leading, running much slower laps. Diff just pointed out also needs fuel. The next car in line on this graphic, the 12 of Blaney. First car with enough fuel to make it to the finish. He's battling Larson, Elliott, Bell, and then Hamlin. We put Hamlin here because he has the freshest tires as he works around Byron. That's helping this attack out of Hamlin. 20 laps is a long time. One little touch of the wall by anyone can make a difference.
Let's give a shout out to the lead non-playoff driver in the Cup Series, that is, AJ Allmendinger, 32nd to 8th. The Dingers had a great weekend here in Miami. Last weekend in Vegas, he locked his way in to the Championship 4 for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. So he's cruising, Jeff. He's cruising the next couple of weeks to Phoenix.
Yeah, he's excited about his opportunity. See Christopher Bell taking a fight to Chase Elliott. Christopher Bell so far today, he's kind of had the day he really needed to have. Nothing great. Has got stage points. He came in here in pretty good shape on points, and he just didn't want to have a bad day. He didn't need great. He just needed solid.
So while Hamlin has got by Byron, that gap is still stabilized at around about 6 seconds from Blaney to Hamlin. Can Hamlin do something magical here over the last 18 laps while Kyle Larson turns up the heat on Ryan Blaney?
Kyle Larson is at his best under full attack. Dirt car, Indy cars, sprint car, cup car. This is his move. This is a great battle. We knew he had it with these 8 drivers. Logano shot us all a week ago. We just knew this is the type of performance it was going to take by all of these guys. I mean, look at them. They're 1 through 7.
What about the juxtaposition of these two? Kyle Larson started on the front row. And look at this. 3 wide, 3 playoff drivers. Hamlin, his teammate Bell, and Chase Elliott. And Hamlin just blows by him.
If Hamlin wins the race, that's the move. 2 for 1 in 1 lap. That would be the difference. He's going to need some help from the leaders. Some racing out of the leaders to run him down.
As he goes down the backstretch, Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson are into turn 4 now. They're in their own little battle. Again, Larson started on the front row, went back to 35th and has come back. Blaney started 20th and has gone to the lead. Look at this, Jeff. Awesome on the front stretch.
Tom Bell and Chase Elliott battling each other, took advantage of it.
This Blaney battle is going to be interesting because as they close in on Reddick doesn't have much tire to run with, but, you know, he's got to hold out because of yellow. You want to be the leader.
And Hamlin, nothing but clean air. He is
Reddick
completely
pits.
clean now.
Oh, there comes Reddick. That was Reddick peeling off to come to pit road. It's finally time for tires and fuel out of the 45 car. I like the gamble. We talk all the time about must wins and what you're willing to do. Billy Scott proved Dave he was willing to gamble.
And Steve, what was so interesting to me, though, is that was from 5th position. He knew that was not a winning race car from there. He knew Tyler couldn't simply drive onto cars that were in front of him, so that was a move he made. Were you similar at that time?
I thought it was a must-win showing up. I like the aggression. I think that's the mindset you have to have. That's what we're going to see at the top of the screens, that same aggression.
Michael Jordan watches his driver after leading. Come in late. Would have been an agonizing run down pit road for Tyler Reddick.
Now, the interesting thing is Reddick is going to try to blend out in front of this 12 car right here, or at least these new tires to get back in front of the 12 because, look, I mean, anything can happen in these races. You want to just make sure you get on the lead lap.
You'll be able to watch his new tires.
Yeah, watch this.
Bye-bye.
That is how much better they are.
13 laps to go when Ryan Blaney crosses the line right there.
For Hamlin, I think the good is gone. There's just not enough left in those good years. 6 seconds back, too much time. But remember, Blaney and Larson, will they get racing? Will they slow each other down? Look at Larson off the top.
We see the 12 has caught the 3 of Austin Dillon, and he has had trouble getting by.
Look how close this is. 12 and a half.
Oh!
Larson, can he catch it? He cannot.
Oh my God!
Spins down in turn 3.
Back up here. Rolling.
I'm not sure he's going to lose a spot. He's going to bring out the yellow. He might lose a spot to the 11. We'll see where NASCAR lines them up. The 45, guys, could be in the driver's seat. He just left pit road. He's back in the lead lap. He can stay out. He's going to be the leader of the race with like 1 lap tires on. There's no doubt. Well, 1 lap here is something. So a little bit older tires. Everyone else will come to pit road.
Eyes wide open for Tyler Reddick in 23:11.
Wonder what the ball spot there. We saw Michael sitting on the wall.
Watch this right here. Do you see it? The 12 of Blaney trying to get by Austin Dillon. He tries to go underneath him. Larson sees the move, so he takes the top. They're so much faster because they're on new tires. He tries to split the middle and just loses the car. This is the type of move that Larson talked about. I'm too aggressive sometimes. It makes me go fast, but sometimes it's poor decisions. In my eyes, pushing the issue really hard here to win the race, what you want him to do, but in decent point position, not sure that's the move you want to make at this point.
How close did he come to saving it? There's the answer. He went for it, and unfortunately it didn't work. This is what it sounded like.
You heard that. He'll modulate the throttle. So when he gets in trouble here, now he's on the gas, trying to keep the car from backing into the wall. But to Steve's point, the advantage is, look, he never quits going forward. He keeps his forward momentum. Hamlin was far enough behind him that he actually blended up right at the 11. So I don't know if he's going to be right behind. There you go. They've lined him up behind the 11.
Which I like that because he was kind of driving back up to where he was going to be. He could have been on either side. But now it comes down to pit road, right? Blaney, Hamlin, Larson, Bell, Byron, Elliott, 1 through 6. Lined up. You have to come down pit road. You got to get 4 tires. Reddick will probably stay out 2 laps of his tires. That's a conversation for after the pit stops. Right now, it's pit crew time. Can a pit crew advance their driver? Can this be the pit stop that does it?
The pressure, the pit crew with the most pressure is the 11 team of Denny Hamlin. They have not been able to get it done. All of that goes away if you can make it happen right now. It is championship winning time. You win this race today, you go to Phoenix, and you have an opportunity.
See a little bit of a gap because of the lap car. So right here, you're going to see 11 pull off and accelerate. He has all the way to the yellow line to get close it as much as he can. Blaney has an advantage. He should be okay.
Stop of the day. The most critical stop of the day. Let's go.
Lee, a shot to win the championship now comes down to pit crews and a final restart for the drivers. Larson said I was a little bit too tight to fire off on that run. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney, their strength all day long has been the long run, so they're going to have to make an adjustment here. Same for Christopher Bell. They've been strong on the long run. How will they do on the short run, Dave?
Denny Hamlin needs an adjustment for that too. Marty, I need to be freer. Good stop. 4 tires. He's out of there. Only 1 car in front of it.
Blaney, Hamlin. And unfortunately, Kyle Larson lost a ton of positions.
Give it up to the 11 team. Coming out second was the best they could do right there, unless the 12 team made a mistake. There was such a gap coming on pit road, Steve. You couldn't overcome that. Great job by this team.
And there's a good feeling. The morale is high right there. You could see it. For Denny Hamlin's squad, they are still in this.
I can't right now. I mean, this is I mean, me being a Ryan Blaney fan puts a lot more at stake, obviously, with this win coming. You'll have to let me know in the chat if you think this is the race of the year, because to me, it is race before the season's out. But I guess, I mean, if you remember last year, it was Larson and Blaney battling for the win late, leading into those green flag pit stops. Larson had the issue, a little contact with Blaney, costed him some time, had to repair some damage, and it was Christopher Bell who was able to steal the win that day. And here we were up until that spin by Larson. It was going to come down to Blaney and Larson for the second consecutive year. Larson spins, trying to go 3 wide middle between Ryan Blaney, who was on the inside of passing the lap car of Austin Dillon. Trying to go to that middle groove. It was very tight. Slight contact. Spun out, and then still was able to save the car enough that he only dropped to third with the big gap that the 12 and the 5 had over the 11 at the time. Although he went into the pits in third, he lost 6 positions on pit road. I don't know how much of it was maybe damage that they had to repair. I don't know if he maybe flat spotted a tire in the midst of the spin. Showing the replay of the 5 teams pit stop. We'll see what the mistake was. I don't know. I don't know what the mistake was. Did they drop the jack too soon? I don't know if they left your tire secured tightly on the 5 car of Larson. We'll see if he pits again. This is a lot of points that he will give up if he chooses to pit here. We have over 30 cars on the lead lap because there were about 2/3 of the field on the lead lap at the time of the caution. But Austin Dillon gets the free pass. Cindric, Zane Smith, Busch, Hemrick, Chastain, Gralla, they all took the wave around. Blaney will take the inside lane for the front row. He won the race out of the pits, but Tyler Reddick again is the leader. So Blaney will be second. Reddick will be the control car. He has 1 to 2 lap older tires. Will that be a difference when he fires off in this restart zone compared to the rest of the other field? Honestly, if I were a Hamlin fan, I would be a little nervous being behind the 45 just for that reason alone. Blaney has executed flawlessly the last 2 restarts he has had on the short runs by rolling the bottom of the racetrack, so being on that inside line might actually be better for him here. And this is a sprint. There's no saving tires like we've had all day long. 7 laps. Who can put the best 7 laps together will be the winner of this race. And again, that spot in the championship 4 on the line for a lot of these drivers at the front of the field. The top 3 on this restart are all below the cutoff line coming into this race, and are top 4, actually. All the top 4 were below the cutoff line coming into the day. And more than likely in a must-win situation. Byron back at 6, doesn't want any of these guys to win. He's still in contention as well. Reddick leads here. Green flag back in the air. Blaney spins the tires on the restart. And Elliott trying to go 3 wide underneath, and Blaney trying to block aggressively. Elliott to the inside, and Blaney loses ground. Reddick on the old tires is not able to hold on to the lead, and it's going to be Denny Hamlin to the high side. Blaney clears the 45 of Reddick, somehow stayed in front of Chase Elliott. I thought it was over for Blaney when he was 3 wide middle getting into turn 1, but Hamlin was able to get to the outside of the 45. The 12 and the 9 slowed each other up enough. And now it's Hamlin leading the way. He's been great on the long run, but what is the short run going to bring? Blaney's got to run off 4, into 1, to the inside for the lead. 6 to go. Blaney underneath the 11 of Hamlin. Looks to slide up the racetrack. Hamlin tightly to the outside. Blaney is not going to be able to stay alongside of him down the back straightaway. He ducks in line again. Reddick's catching a second wind on the outside lane of the racetrack. Didn't fire off well on the restart, but is in third place still. I wonder if he missed a shift or something. The fire off again, not great for Reddick, but he is still in third place. He hasn't fallen out of contention. Fastest in qualifying, fastest in practice. He had a good short run car. This is as close to the front of the field as he has been since winning stage 1 earlier today. And can Denny Hamlin execute flawless laps time over time again? Ryan Blaney in the 12 to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to keep pace with the 11 of Hamlin running the top. Loses a little bit of ground through turns 3 and 4. 4 laps to go for Hamlin to try to make the championship 4. Now he goes to the inside lane of the racetrack, trying to take Ryan Blaney's line away. So Hamlin now on the defensive side of things, goes back to the outside through 3 and 4. Now runs about maybe a lane off the wall. Reddick is riding on the wall. Blaney had a lot of ground gained, it looked like, through the center of 3 and 4. Reddick's got a run after the 12 car. Reddick again to the boards. Blaney a lane off the boards. He's going to slide up in front of the 45 of Reddick. We'll see if Tyler's going to get enough of a run at him. Reddick might have grazed the wall a bit off of turn 2. Blaney's got a run on Hamlin. Somehow Hamlin took the bottom lane of the racetrack. I think more of in a defensive line to try to stay ahead of Ryan Blaney. Goes back to the wall again through 3 and 4. 2 laps to go for Blaney to try to get by the 11 of Hamlin. And the 45 of Reddick is there as well, also in contention still. Blaney around the white line of the racetrack. Really rolls the center of the corner well. Hamlin around the boards on the outside. Blaney's underneath them side by side for the lead as they come to 3 and 4. Blaney had a great corner. Now can he execute the pass? He's clear. Off of turn 4 to the lead, but Hamlin's got to run on the high side. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Blaney leads down into turn 1. Reddick to the inside for second on Hamlin. Blaney protects the bottom. Hamlin's going to ride the boards on the outside. He's going to carry a lot of momentum when they get off of turn 2. Reddick is clear for second, though, and that's a buffer car Blaney needs between himself and the 11. Now, does Reddick have one more shot at it? Reddick sails it into turns 3 and 4, up on the outside of the racetrack. Can he get it to stick? He's going to get it to stick around the outside. What a corner by Tyler Reddick, the commitment of a lifetime. He's going to win at Homestead. On a last lap pass, he goes from third to first. Hamlin in one corner, Blaney the next. Are you kidding me? What a move. What a move by Tyler Reddick. 2 of them. From third to first on the final lap, he got Hamlin for second in turns 1 and 2 on the inside. Drives it in extraordinarily deep on the high lane of the racetrack. Inches from the wall. And still had the wherewithal to stay in the gas, keep it off the wall, and clear Blaney off turn 4, coming to the checkered for the win. Unbelievable. Looked like it was going to be between the 11 and the 12. On that final lap, Blaney had gotten by Hamlin the corner before. Coming to the white flag through 3 and 4, Hamlin was leading with a lap and a half to go. I cannot believe what I just saw. Have you ever? I mean, this sucks as a Blaney's fan, but respect to Tyler Reddick. What a move. Blaney gave him the outside, but who would have expected him to stick that well all the way through the corner? I was kind of waiting for him. He got middle of the corner, and I was waiting for him to either end up in the fence or have to lift to keep it off the wall. And he never did. It just stuck. The timely caution to get into that position after staying out as long as he did during the green flag run, and the Larson spin got him in contention on the restart.
Right, I mean, Vic made a call, and it looked kind of, I was a little scared because we were supposed to run out of gas, but we knew we needed to catch that game, and everything happened after that, man. And as you can see, Danny was up there, and the little kid joked his ass off. I'm proud of him. Oh, man, he just let go. He just went for it, and I'm glad. We needed it. We needed it.
And you got it. Michael Jordan going to the championship floor with a chance to win it, Marty.
Dave, after he was upside down last weekend in Las Vegas, Tyler Reddick told me I was too aggressive. Billy Scott talked to him this week, and he said, no, you weren't. Do not lose that aggressive nature. And with one of the most aggressive passes in NASCAR history, Tyler Reddick earns a shot at a championship in 2024. He's going to go find that pit crew. The regular season champion will race for a title, taking a seat in the championship four in 2 weeks. And I'm sure there's one co-owner who wants to give his driver a hug. So, Tyler, I saw you pull it off. How did you pull it off?
I don't know. We're back in the corner, man. We had nothing else. We had no other choice. I know we were on tire deficit, and here at Homestead, that's a death sentence, but I don't care. We did what it took to win this race. We're fighting for a championship.
What was your thought process going into turn 3?
Good job, kid. Man, good job.
He said he was so proud of you for the way you drove. What was your thought process going into 3? Did you think there was any way to pull that move off? Sunbow?
I couldn't believe it. I just knew I needed to get to, even with him on his right side door, I didn't care what he did, but he raced me clean. I appreciate it, but just really, really excited that we're going to get to have a shot at this championship.
Yeah, what would it mean to bring a NASCAR championship to the man who just talked to you, Michael Jordan?
It'd mean the world. We thankfully can take off from Martinsville a little bit and get ready for Phoenix, but we're pumped.
Boy, it looked like it was over for Tyler Reddick at one point in that last little run, but a caution came at the right time. Now they're going to race for a championship, Lee.
Everybody's saying, how did you do that? He did it with skill and guts. And the 23-11 team are overjoyed. There's his teammate, Bubba Wallace. He had the boss MJ there. Fellas, this was epic.
It doesn't even look real. Blaney gives the 45 the top. He looks like he's going to hit the fence. So much speed. Rips the fence in 3 and 4. Clears the 12. Billy Scott, crew chief, with a great call. Learning Tyler Reddick's hands. And Tyler Reddick took this race. Michael Jordan almost didn't have words. He did. Almost speechless. 3 different drivers led the last 3 laps, but it was Tyler Reddick, 23-11 Racing, who drove it hard all the way to victory lane in spectacular style.
With what was at stake there, I think this has to be the worst Ryan Blaney loss, I think, of all time that I've ever experienced. This sucks. That was, only because of what was at stake is the only reason it, like, hurts worse than, like, a couple years ago when I was at Dega and Chase Elliott beat him by a nose. That one sucked that day, too. I kind of have that same feeling, but this one for a different reason. But, nonetheless, I mean, a heck of a move from Tyler Reddick in that final corner. Really, 2 of them just to overpower Hamlin and Blaney. And honestly, when Reddick made the pass on Hamlin for second from the inside, I thought it was going to slow the 11 up enough, which it did, that it was going to keep the 11 out of contention going into the final corner, despite the run he had on the high side through 1 and 2. So as a Blaney fan, or just in general, I would have thought that Ryan Blaney was going to kind of gap Reddick a little bit down the back straightaway more than he did. And he didn't really gap him down the back stretch. And by the time they entered 3 and 4, he gave him the top. That's, whatever. I don't fault him for that. I don't think it was really a bad move. I think it was just more Reddick how did he get that car to stick on the outside? Unbelievable. Point standings before we go through the finishing result, get more interviews here in a matter of moments. Obviously, Reddick's in the championship 4 now. 1 race to go yet in the round of 8 next week at Martinsville. Christopher Bell's plus 29 points. Plus 7 for William Byron. Minus 7 for Kyle Larson. Denny Hamlin minus 18, Minus 38 for Ryan Blaney, which is why that win would have been so important for him. Hamlin's not out of it yet. He cut into that deficit quite a bit. 9 points. Gives him a shot for points side of things at Martinsville next week. But for Ryan Blaney, probably going to be right back in the same situation he was today. Must win. Same for Chase Elliott, who led a bunch of laps. Had a great finish. Finished 5th. He is 43 points back. I'll have to catch up in the live broadcast here. I'm sure we'll get some other post-race interviews. And here was Ryan Blaney moments ago.
Disbelief. What are you feeling in this moment?
Well, it's obvious disappointment. I mean, he had a great shot to win. I didn't have a very good last lap. Man, I thought I got into 3 hard, and the 45 just blitzed it up in there, and it stuck for him, which was pretty impressive. But yeah, I hate to give one away there like that. I don't know if we gave it away. I mean, we got the lead back after losing it on the restart, and yeah, just last lap didn't really play out for us. So yeah, definitely stinks. I appreciate everybody on the 12 team for bringing a really fast race car. I had a great shot to go to Phoenix. I still got one more chance, so we still got to look forward to that. But appreciate Menards and Ford Performance, Richmond, Advanced Auto Parts, Body Armor, Dex Imaging, Wabash, the Worth Group, everybody. Just it's a shame. I'll be picking through it all night. What I should have done different, probably, and that's just the way it goes. But overall, really proud of the effort, and hopefully we can bring it to them next week.
I know there's disappointment right now, but you mentioned next week multiple times. You guys won last year to get into the championship 4 at Martinsville. So is it optimistic at this point, or you're going to have to sort through these feelings first?
Well, yeah, I mean, it'll suck for the night, and then we'll look forward to Martinsville, tomorrow morning. So we try to forget things quick. I've tried to do that more and more as I've gotten older, and just kind of move on to the next thing, good, bad, or indifferent, and focus on the next task. So this team will do it. But yeah, I just can't say how proud I am of them coming in and understanding what we needed to do. It's just a shame it didn't work out. And but yeah, like you said, we had good fortune at Martinsville last year, and hopefully we can bring the same kind of speed and be in contention to win.
Well, when Denny Hamlin was asked to deliver on the final restart, he did. Sorry, breaking it down with Chris Gabehart right there, shaking your head. What more could you do?
Well, I'm not really sure. I tried to cover all lanes, but just couldn't quite get off the corner as good as I needed to there on that short run. And short run wasn't my specialty all day, obviously. But either way, control the race, 2 to go. You got to try to find a way to finish it, and it just didn't.
How has that become your MO? Just good on old tires, love running them down with better tires, but you were so good in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be faster on the shorter run, but it's just, a lot of it is what we build into the car and things like that. But Chris gave me everything I needed there to try to race them. Just didn't get it done.
You're really good here. You're really good next week at that track as well, Denny. What do you look forward to most about Martinsville?
I mean, yeah, it's another opportunity, and certainly you're not out of it till they throw the checker flag at Martinsville.
One more chance for Denny next week.
And it just gets reinforced how much this means. The elation from this side of the camp and the devastation from Ryan Blaney and Denny Hamlin.
Devastating for Both of those drivers, to say the least. Obviously, if we get any other interviews, I'll let you listen in. We've got our post-race show to go through here. As Tyler Reddick is your race winner. Margin of victory, 0.2 of a second, or total time on the race today, 3 hours, 5 minutes, 43 seconds. Average race speed of 128.99 miles per hour. Reddick wins the race. He also won stage 1 earlier in the day. Hadn't really found him up towards the front of the field up until that long green flag run again in stage 3, but that was to try to catch the caution, which they did. And as a result of which gave him the opportunity to restart in the lead. Lost the lead on the restart, fell to 3rd. And as Hamlin and Blaney were battling, he was just able to keep up in contention. That final lap, somehow, someway, willed that car around Hamlin on the bottom and then Blaney on the outside the very next corner through 3 and 4. Wild scenes here at Homestead-Miami Speedway today. I'm still in awe. I mean, I can't believe that happened. Wild race. All the way through, really, but I mean, the final 70 laps or so of this thing, that was unearthly. Reddick does end up leading the most laps en route to the win. He also led the most different times. 8 times led for the pole sitter, as he went on to lead 97 of the 267 laps. We finish under our regulation length, 400 miles, 267 laps today. Chase Elliott led the second most laps as he ends up leading 81. 47 laps led for Ryan Blaney, most of which obviously in the final stage. He led 7 different times. A lot of those on restarts. He would lead for a lap or 2 and then fall back to about 2nd, 3rd or so until obviously the final stage. He was able to lead a huge majority of those, again, 47 laps. Denny Hamlin led for 21 laps, led a few down the home stretch. He also actually won stage 2, which helped him cut into the points deficit a bit. Obviously would have liked the win to move on, but not out of it. Doesn't need to win necessarily next weekend. If he gets a little help, he's only 18 points back, but a win obviously guarantees a spot. And that might be what it's going to take. I mean, looking at what's happened these first 2 races of the round of 8. Other drivers to lead today. Christopher Bell only led 3 laps in this race, mostly during green flag pit stops. Larson led 1 lap during green flag stops early in the day. I believe that was back in stage 1, if I'm not mistaken. Todd Gillen led a lap. Bubba Wallace led 2 laps on a restart back in stage 1 after the Larson incident, the right rear tire. Brad Keselowski led for 8 laps during green flag pit stops. Justin Haley for 1 and Kyle Busch for 5 total in the race. So we had, let's see here, it looks like 11, if I'm counting correctly. Yeah, 11 different leaders. And I'm going to count how many lead changes we got. Yeah, I think I miscounted. Hang on. Let me restart. I got 34. I believe 34 to lead changes with those 11 different leaders. A lot for a 1.5-mile track, that's for sure. Somebody mentioned that in the chat that there's been so many different leaders for non-super speedway. I don't remember the last time this happened. Yeah, 34 to lead changes is what we ended up with in today's race entirely. And again, 11 different leaders. But, I mean, let's just take the pit strategy side of things out of it, of drivers who were fast that led laps today. Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick. You know, even Bubba Wallace had a quick car. I think he still ended up in the top 10. Yeah, I mean, we had 6 drivers that were quick all day, top 6 or 7 all day, and they all led laps throughout the race. And not just like one time. Hamlin led 3 different times. Bell led 2 different times. Elliott led 6 times. Blaney led 7. Reddick led 8. And that's why we had as many lead changes as we did. I mean, they were flat out passing each other. Slingshot moves all over the racetrack, all over the race day. I mean, you thought Kansas was going to be tough to beat back in the spring as far as race of the year. I think this is definitely up there. And that's even with me being a Ryan Blaney fan. You know, again, I take my unbiasedness out of it, or my biasedness out of it when it comes to commentating and giving you guys my just breakdown thoughts of the race itself. And yeah, wild race. It was more than a good race, Wade. I think your parents saw one of the races of the year. Was they at the Kansas race this year too? Or was that only last year or the year before, or whenever that was? That'd be insane if like the 2 races they went to this year were just like the 2 best races of the year. Definitely the 2 best, hands down, for sure. This would be tough to beat with Kansas, but I think you got to put this at number 2 if you don't put it at number 1. I respect Kansas at number 1. That was a great race earlier this year. But this was a great race too. We've seen a handful of these kinds of races this year, instant classics. This is definitely an instant classic. Reddick going to win the championship for sure. He just might. I mean, Toyotas were great at Phoenix earlier in the spring. I mean, obviously, if you're in, you got a shot. Penske's really good there with Logano being in. Bell's been great on the flat tracks, and he's still over 20 points to the good above the cut line. The only reason he lost points is because Tyler Reddick won. But, man, the fact that the top 3 were all drivers that pretty much needed to win to get into the next round, except for, potentially Hamlin, who's only 18 back now, but that is just unbelievable. By the way, the post race isn't even on anymore. 6 o'clock, top of the hour, they were done. We got 3 interviews, and that was it. Other race statistics, we had 6 cautions, 2 of them in stage 3, lap 186, lap 254. Oddly enough, Larson caused 2 incidents today, 1 in stage 1, 1 in stage 3. Justin Haley had 2 incidents today, 1 in stage 1, 1 in stage 3. And those are the only 4 incidental cautions, and we had the 2 stage ends at lap 80, lap 165. The yellows in stage 1 were lap 47 and lap 1. So that made up for that. Pre-race predictions, how did that pan out today? Well, I picked Tyler Reddick to win the race. Not the way I would have wanted him to win, being a Blaney fan, but I did predict him winning. 6th race win prediction for the Cup Series this season. Let me pull up how many I've had in Xfinity and trucks as well. So this will be 6 in Cup. I've had 9 in Xfinity and 7 in trucks. Maybe I'll catch up in the Cup Series these last couple weeks. Make it look like it's better from the season as a whole. All right, let's see. So pre-race predictions, must-haves, all in contention for the win. My top 3 for the win today, Reddick was my 1, Larson 2, Hamlin 3. Larson battling for the lead late. He didn't get a top 10. He actually ended up finishing 13th. So as a result of that, technically I was wrong on the race finishing side of things, but Reddick gets the win. Bonus point there. Hamlin, obviously he was my number 3 in contention for the win, finished 3rd. So if I were to predict the top 3 in order, for instance, it would have been, I got 1st and 3rd right. But yeah, so 3 for 4, must-haves. AJ Allmendinger, top 10. I called it. He was a sleeper pick for the day. Back-to-back top 5s. Started 32nd. It took him a long time to get up in the top 10. He was actually 10th at the end of stage 2. He does end up finishing 8th. Solid last restart. Got a couple more spots. I think he was right around pretty much where he was on the restart is where he finished. Bubba Wallace led a couple laps, but ended up finishing 18th, unfortunately. Faded as the race went on. Chase Briscoe, another sleeper pick, ended up 12th. Pretty much ran 11th through 13th the whole day. And he ended up finishing 12th, right around where he started. Actually, I think he, let's see here, he qualified 13th. So yeah, 1 spot better than he started today. And Josh Berry kind of fluctuated. He was in the top 10 at times and wasn't, finished 11th. Ryan Preece was in the top 10 the entire final stage between 8th and 10th. He finishes 10th. So pretty decent day for SHR as a whole, compared to how this season and last season had gone, obviously, before that. So 1 for 2 on the sleeper picks for top 10 finishes, and then the don't have picks this weekend. Joey Logano was kind of an easy one for me. Nowhere to be found the whole race. He's outside the top 20, finishes 28th. Chris Buescher, another don't have pick for this weekend. He finishes 15th. That's about as good as he ran all day. Really again, about 15th on back most of the race. Nowhere near the top 10. Alex Bowman did get a top 10. I predicted him not. He finishes 7th. Again, another solid intermediate track finish for him. I should have probably taken into consideration he's had great runs on intermediate tracks this season. It's just Homestead is one of his worst intermediate tracks. Again, 2 ninth place finishes in his 6 HMS races there, and that's it. And he does finish a little bit better than that. And he pretty much ran around where he finished, like 7th through 10th, most of this race today from late stage 1 on. So he did a good job there and exceeded my expectations. 2 for 3 on the don't haves this weekend. So all in all, 6 for 10. Take the 60% clip on the predictions. And now we'll go into the fantasy league side of things, where you can join our fantasy league on the NASCAR mobile app or NASCAR.com website. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win our regular season or playoff championship. We'll have 2 separate champions, and in this case, for the playoff side of things, again, the top 2 will get our grand prize of 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. So if you're not in the league right now, be sure to join the league. So Larson ended up actually outrunning Ross Chastain, but I do have Larson for next week or the week after if I so choose, because I would have only had 1 usage left of him. Put him in the garage because he didn't get stage points today. Something happened to Ross Chastain in stage 3. They didn't mention it on the broadcast, but he ends up finishing 33rd. So I don't know what happened to Chastain, but he was not running there for most of the day. I think he was around, I mean, it wasn't great for most of the day. I think he was like 18th at the end of stage 2, but yeah, I don't know what happened in stage 3 to Chastain, but he ended up having a poor finish. So that hurt my fantasy lineup. Hindsight, obviously, Larson would have been the way to go. But when they started the final stage again, I didn't see Larson getting up anywhere near the front of the field. And he still finished 13th. But I did sacrifice 20 points. Christopher Bell was on my team. Reddick on my team. Reddick won. Bell had a top 10. Hamlin 3rd. Byron top 10. Chastain was the only downside of the starting lineup. And because I forgot my fantasy team, I didn't get the head-to-head picks in. That hurts. Would have had Larson ahead of Byron, so I missed that. Reddick I definitely would have had over Bell because I had Reddick to win. Blaney Truex probably would have taken Blaney. Elliott and Hamlin probably would have taken Hamlin. I think I left 30 points on the board. That's tough. That's the first time I forgot my lineup in the playoffs. As a result, I finished 12th with 195 points. But this week's winner, P-Shat Motorsports and CRN Corona with 252 points. Tie for our Homestead race win in the Fantasy League. Troy the Great finishes in 3rd with 251 points. LaPlow V3, 240 points in 4th. Monster Jam X10, a regular season champion this year, 221 points, rounds out our top 5 and 5th. See who the 2 leaders had on their fantasy team. Probably the same team. I would imagine, considering they had the same points, they probably had the same team. Yeah, they did have the same team. So they both had Reddick, Bowman, Hamlin, Elliott, Bell on the top 8 on points for the day, all finished in the top 7 positions. Larson in the garage for P-Shat Motorsports. Probably an easy move there. Which I thought it was an easy move too, but I guess it wasn't. And same for CRN Corona. Bonus points. Obviously, they would have both had the same amount of bonus points. I wonder if they had the same picks. CRN Corona had Hamlin over Elliott. See, Truex over Blaney, that didn't work. The Larson pick didn't work, so he only got 20 bonus points. Technically more than me, though, because I didn't get the lineup in. P-Shat Motorsports, his bonus point pick, so I would imagine he had 20 also. Was it the same? Yes, it was the same 20. So, congratulations to both of you. Move ahead in the Fantasy League. Our points leader coming into the weekend. Let's see where the points leader ended up. Inside Uranus finished in 10th with 215 points. Hercules Harrigan was, 17 back, got 1 point, ranked T26, ties Inside Uranus this week. Those two were top 2 in points, only 3 apart from each other. They're still going to be 3 apart. So it's going to be 16 points between the top 3, I think. And Troy the Great, who was almost 50 back, gains, do my math correctly here, 36 on the points lead. We're going to have 4 players within 20 points going into the last 2 races in this fantasy league. Yeah, he was 50 back. The top 4 in points here in fantasy are going to be within 16 points. 16-point difference between the top 4 with 2 races to go. That's insane. What a fantasy league. This has got to be the closest the league has been, playoff or regular season. Between more than just 2 people down to the final race. I mean, that's unbelievable. We'll see what Martinsville and Phoenix brings. And again, the top 2 for the playoffs, one time only, top 2 will get the grand prize. What a race here today. Definitely join the league next year. Don't get mad if I run away with it. Hey. We'll see if you back up your words. We'll see. All right, I don't think we have anything else to cover. We've covered everything we could. Tough to cover what all happened in this race. I did the best job I could in the breakdown. Wild scenes here at the Homestead-Miami Speedway. Hopefully you enjoyed the race. I don't know how you couldn't enjoy the race, but hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast throughout the course of the stream. Probably have a highlight video of the finish of this race coming up in the next hour or so on the channel. I'll get that edited as quickly as I can as soon as I hit end stream. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Fun race. Sucks as a Blaney fan. He's got one more week at it. Yeah, this is a hard one to get through. But needless to say, thank you again for your support as always. Live commentary streams, we've got 2 more to go. Martinsville next week, Phoenix the week after. 4 live commentary streams for those next 2 because we will be streaming Truck Xfinity Cup races again. Practice qualifying for the Cup Series again. I'll go over those start times before I end the stream here for next week. So Friday night will be the Craftsman Truck Series race, and that will be at 6 p.m. Eastern, so it's kind of like a Friday evening start. 6 p.m. Eastern time, next Friday, November 1st, will be our Craftsman Truck Series race stream. Saturday afternoon will be practice and qualifying for the Cup Series. That will begin at 1 p.m. Eastern. Xfinity race will be at 4 p.m. Eastern later that afternoon. And our Cup Series race coverage next Sunday will begin at 1:30. So again, just to reiterate, Truck Series live stream 6 p.m. Eastern Friday night. Xfinity Series race 4 p.m. Eastern after our practice and qualifying stream. Our practice qualifying stream will be also on Saturday with the Xfinity race at 1 p.m. Eastern. And the Cup Series race at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Sunday. Fun one this week. Hopefully you enjoyed. Again, have a good rest of your weekend, everybody. And I'll see you next week, if not tomorrow. 5 p.m. Eastern will be live. NASCAR 07 next week. NASCAR 7 Monday through Thursday leading up into the weekend. Have a good rest of your Sunday, everybody. Go Pack, go. At least they won today.